All right, everybody. It's the broadcast of the Everyday Star Network, sponsored by the E Nation. It is Ladies' Night. you know, I know it's going to be a good show. I'm not sure what the ladies are going to talk about tonight, but it is what it is, right? We got Dame Frankie, we got Charlene with us tonight. The Thunder Princess is in the hospital. She's recovering, so let's wish her a speedy recovery, and hopefully she'll be back in good health with the E Star Network in the near future. As of right now, she's in the hospital recovering. So please let's send our prayers and good well wishes out to her, especially over the holiday. All right, everybody. It's ladies' night. You know how we do. It's about time to get down, baby. All right, Dane, drop it.
All right, everyone.
All right,
Welcome to Ladies
all right.
Night.
Hey, what's going on? I'm sorry, I'm back. I fell off because I was frozen. All right, what's up, everybody? It's Ladies' Night. I am the Black Knight. So while the ladies are getting themselves together, I'm going to talk to you a little bit before they come on out and take over the show. You know, it's no secret that I love black women, right? And I made this channel for black women because there used to be a situation here when I got here to where it was open season on black women. They really had nowhere to go without being attacked. And even some of the places where they went that said that they cared about black women routinely attacked them anyway. And some of them were, what I call cesspools of hatred for black women. They suckered the black women in um, their nice rhetoric, and then they set them up to be attacked by overgrown, childish men who hated women. Okay, but anyway, I got people attacking this channel left and right. I got some old fool keep telling me, "Shame on you for having a ladies' night." Who says stuff like that? I got some old fool who's been stuck in a time loop for like 50 years, talking about some shame on you for having a ladies' night. Over there lying to the women, you're gonna get all black women killed. What? I mean, who talks like that? Who the hell in their right mind talks like that? But anyway, you know, I really don't give a damn about what a lot of y'all think about this ladies' night. We're not letting it go. We're actually going to put some time and effort into it. Just haven't had time this year, but next year we're gonna spruce it up. We're gonna get it popping, you know, and we're gonna maintain it. And I really don't care about what you red pill guys think. I'll be honest, I don't give a shit about what you think. And you other hateful niggas who hate women, all you gay niggas. And it's sad because I've never been in a situation where I've been around dudes that didn't want black women to have anything at all. Nothing except misery. Because they're miserable. But it's not going to happen over here. The Advocacy Star Network is pro black. We promote positive relations between black men and black women, and we also are pro black woman over here. All right. So it's going to stay that way for as long as I'm here. As long as name here, it's going to stay that way. All right. Without further ado, so I might have a little thing for you later on. I'm going to let the ladies do their thing, and I'm going to jump off. I might have a little something for you later on towards the end of the show, exposing RBR for another big lie. All right. All right. With that being said, ladies, come on in here. Name, you ready?
All right, I'm ready.
All right. Without further ado, I'm turning the show over to the host of Ladies Night, Miss Dame Frankie, and her co-host tonight, because the Thunder Princess is in the hospital. So let's all wish her a speedy recovery. Charlene will be filling in for her tonight. Miss Brooklyn in the building. All right, ladies, it's all yours.
All right. Thank you for the intro, Max. Everybody, my co-host Charlene. All right. So talking about black women going traditional for birth for their birthing plan and giving birth. Okay, it's been going on since the pandemic quarantine. Okay, hospitals are no longer, well, they weren't safe. They weren't safe, so there was a concern there. Now, a lot of the women that we're talking about, this is not their first time giving birth, but they wanted to do it the traditional route at home birth, with with family support and friends. And okay, black women that have given birth at hospitals, uh, they they're not given the same quality of care as white women. and it shows up in the stats of mortality rates of women dying, birth, postpartum, at least within 42 weeks of giving birth. And a lot of it is stuff that was preventable. And the only reason it wasn't preventable for these black women is because there is bias and racism in the medical field, especially in America. America, out of any of the first world country, has the highest mortality rate. Shooks, even third world countries don't have as much mortality rate. And with some of the third world country is because poor. This is hitting black women across the board. Rich, poor, middle class, don't matter. Black women are not treated the same. They neglected, they ignored. Their concerns are being ignored. They're being bullied. They're being feeling like they in a instead of a hospital being helped, they feel like they in a a car garage on jacks being in service. But at least the cars will be given more care and it's not going to die as soon as it goes out the door.
Yes, I agree. So,
Okay.
so I was gonna talk a little bit about my experience with my birth in the hospital.
Hmm.
So you guys know I have a son and he is 8 going on 9. And I remember when I was pregnant with him and I was about 9 months pregnant and I was a week past due and I went into the hospital. All right, so I was in Japan also. So I was on a military base. But anyway, so I went into the hospital because my water broke. I wouldn't say my water broke, but I had leakage. So, I was researching and I was scared because when they say you have leakage, it could be something could happen and it could lead to you could possibly infect the baby or you could have an infection. So that's what I was scared of. So I went in, and with that being said, they seen that I was a week overdue. So then they induced my labor. So yeah, that was probably like the most excruciating two days. If you guys haven't never gave birth, just think of it as having your worst period and just times that by 10. That's that's the best way to explain it. It's like having your period and times that pain times 10. So during that time, I was like going through cramps, I was going through everything. So I was going through the labor process, and I was telling them that I was going through this pain and I needed to. So it was a whole bunch of nurses in there. This one nurse, she had me bounce on the ball, because it gets your blood circulating and it kind of gets your mind, out of the zone. And that was working, and then another nurse come in and told me I couldn't do that, and I had to just sit in the bed and just wait. You don't, how long labor is. Sometimes labor could be 12, 16, sometimes 24 to 48 hours. You don't know when that baby is coming. So anyway, that was one of them. And then it got to a point where I was just sitting down and I just couldn't take the pain no more. So then I got the epidural, which is a straight shot they give you in your back. And you have to make sure they do it properly. If not, it can mess your back up. And when they do, and they give you the epidural, you have a scar you can say for the rest of your life in the midst of your back. So I got the epidural, and while I'm having the epidural, before I had the epidural, like they had this monitoring thing to monitor the baby's heartbeat, and they had it around my stomach, and it was so tight, and it was digging into my skin, and I was telling the lady like, this is really tight. And I kept telling her, and then she was not listening to me. Like they was disregarding everything I was saying. I'm like, this is causing me like pain. Like it is on my stomach and it's like digging into my skin. And they just like, oh, it needs to be on here. We need to monitor the baby. It has to be on here. It's like they wasn't like listening to the things that I was saying. They was, I guess, concerned with doing their job. They I didn't feel comfortable. I didn't feel like, okay, I'm giving birth. This is a safe space. You know, they care about how I feel and what's going on with my body. No, it was none of that. And let's say when you do give birth, please, you have to have no shame, because when it's time for that baby to come out, they take your bra off, they take everything off. You're half the time you're like naked in the room. It doesn't matter who hops in the room or hops out, right? Like these people did not care. Like I'm the only one self conscious. Like, can I get a blanket over me? I don't want nobody to see me, right?
Hmm.
No, it wasn't like that. They was just hopping in the room. And then the nurse, they will like, so they will check to see if you're dilated. So she would stick her hand all the way up in my vag, right?
Hmm.
Trying to see if I was, and then they had to put something in there to see if they could get the baby's heartbeat, because they couldn't get it through my stomach. And it was just a whole bunch of craziness. Like, and it was so painful. She was just sticking her hand up, and I'm just like, this is painful. This is not like, you know. And when you complain or you say something, you know how you soothe somebody, you tell them, okay, this is gonna be uncomfortable. You know, I understand. They don't say none of that shit. They just, oh, we just have to get in there to see, you know. It was like no consideration, no, like they didn't really care. So
Yeah, yeah.
So they would have to stick their hand in there to check it to see, make sure they had the baby's heartbeat. And then it got to one point where my contractions was like going really crazy. That it was, I guess their fear was it was squeezing the baby. So they ran me so I could have a C-section. So anyway, I did have the C-section, and then I had the birth and everything. But that night was just, it was just, I don't know, it was just a crazy night.
Yeah.
And I kind of, and then I seen how when my sister gave birth out here with me, and how all the nurses were so nice to her and they were concerned and they treated her with care. And I was just like, yeah, my experience was not like that. Like, you
Okay.
know,
Well, did she give birth at a birthing center or she did a home birth?
no, she didn't do a home birth. She went to like a regular hospital. She went to Scripps Hospital in San Diego. Well, Scripps
Mhm.
Hospital is really good. Hospitals here in San Diego are top notch. They're
Oh,
really good customer service. They're like the best. But yeah,
wow.
she got way better care than I did. And the some of the nurses were actually black. The doctor was black, so it was a better experience for her.
So her doctor was black.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So yeah, that'll help. They find that that'll make a difference. That's probably what it probably with the not just the care, but also because her doctor is black. Hmm.
And the thing is, when they do stuff, they look at you like you're not supposed to feel uncomfortable. Like, you know, like you should be used to this. No, this is my body. Like, I'm not used to any of this. This is my first time. I don't go to the hospital every day and have them dig into my vagina. Like, no.
Hmm. Yeah, they didn't know this was your first pregnancy. This is a first time experience all time around. Yeah. So they could have traumatized you. Well, they said the birthing experience alone is traumatizing, but you add this all this extra stuff. They ignoring you. They they don't seem to care that you are uncomfortable or in pain. That you want to be covered. You don't want anybody just being able to see you. Yeah. So a lot of women, they going the traditional route. They have a midwife, a doula. They either choosing to have a home birth or they having go to a birthing center. Um, yeah. But what's interesting is the women that this article was on. This wasn't her first time giving birth, and actually, it wasn't even just her second time. Um, and and if they saying husbands don't have any say in this, they are incorrect. Because one woman she had 3 children. Well, that one's gonna be her third. And and every time she showed an interest in home birth before this, and her husband's like, "No, you crazy? You're going to the hospital." Cause you know he knows enough that it's dangerous. It's like, no, you're going to the hospital, but it's gonna be somebody if something goes wrong. There be pain drugs if you need it, cause sometimes we think the men need it just as much as the women, cause they can't handle seeing us in pain like that, or it hits hard how painful labor actually is. In fact, my cousin husband, he was like, "I'm sorry, baby, I can't do it." He tried. But after seeing how he was, she was like, "No, babe, it's okay. Go in the waiting room. Mom's gonna be with me. Mom's gonna be with me." She saw. He told her in the beginning, I don't think I could do it, babe. After reading all this information and watching the videotape with her, she said I shouldn't have let him watch the videotape. He was like, I don't think I could do it. But he tried. He tried in-house. There was their first child, and he tried. And she's like, no, no. She said, I was more worried about him than I was about me. Because he looked like he was going to die. She said, I had this. She said, I couldn't release, let go, scream, holler in pain because it seemed to hurt him, just as much, So he needed to go for both their sakes, so she can scream like she wanted to, and he'd be out of the zone, So she understands, you know. But also, I think the most appealing thing is the doula. This is a person that listens to your concerns, go with your plan, and she intercedes for you. Like if you had a doula and the nurse was putting that monitor on tight and uncomfortable, she would have had that nurse loosen it up, got you covered and stuff like that. Make sure the curtains was closed so you have some privacy in case somebody walks in. She advocates for you. She's also your emotional support. hmm Yeah, I started learning about doulas, but at the time I first heard of doula, it wasn't for birth. But your doula is your advocate and your emotional support, and they help you try to keep you stress free and calm because they finding out the more relaxed and comfortable the mother is, the quicker everything will move. She'll dilate faster.
That's true.
Mhm. Yeah, and she'll give birth faster, less complications, and they won't have to use so much preventative like the epidural, other pain medications that sometimes for some women, because each woman is different, can have an adverse reaction to. You know, Although every woman I ever heard had an epidural except for one, I knew um, didn't have a problem with it. But after you've been in labor for a while, because they doing stuff to stress you out, which is letting you stay longer. But it's interesting you said about the ball. I kept seeing this picture of the woman in the shower is a way to help the mother relax. They have her sit on balance ball. Anybody that knows sports or exercise, is an exercise type ball where you can sit on it and you do different exercise where the mother sits on it. And this particular incident is the picture. She's in the shower. It's to help her relax. The warm water. She kind of meditates and calm. She got her music and stuff like that.
Yeah, it's like having your worst period, you know? You want to do anything to like get rid of those cramps and that pain. So sometimes, yeah, going in the shower helps. I
Hmm.
know sometimes like being in AC, having the AC blow on you, sometimes that helps. Bouncing on the ball, that helped me, distracted me, and let go some of that tension. Yeah, so a lot of those things help.
Hmm.
And you
Yeah,
know what? After thinking about it, I think I should have never got induced. It should have happened naturally. So I think that's where like they wanted me to have the baby, before the baby wanted to come. You know what I mean?
yeah, hmm,
Because they
yeah,
even put medicine to try to dilate me. Like nothing was natural.
yeah. That's the other thing mothers are concerned about. As they learning more and more about the more traditional way, a lot of that stuff they doing is making the situation worse. You know, they inducing, and the cervix has to reach a certain level where it can relax so the baby can release. So if you're inducing, you either uh, forcing the rest of the labor before the cervix is ready to soften up and open up. So that's hours of unnecessary pain that you're going through trying to force that cervix to open up sooner. They under some misguided thing that and it's trauma for both the mother and the baby, because I guess the baby's like, hey, I wasn't ready to come out. Why are you pushing me? I know it sounds. I'm sorry, I don't mean to lie, but I guess that'd be like that. That's the way it is. The baby's like, oh, I got a few more days to chill out here. I'm getting in my zone. I'm getting in position. Hey, what's all this going on here? Who's squeezing me? Who's pushing me? I think that's why the babies be coming out mad or exhausted. Have being pushed out before you ready. Um, yeah. So all these preventatives and inducing, and then when that don't work, they because they induce, they have to do the cesarean. So it ended up becoming unnecessary because they're trying to rush it. But yeah, so yeah, some mothers feel like they're being experimented on.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, another reason for the traditional, because you got the midwives and the doulas, they gonna make sure that you're fine after that you're fine afterwards. For at least 42 weeks, because sometimes the results, problems that come up, they don't all the time come up right as soon as you giving birth or immediately afterwards. Sometimes it's a few days, a few weeks, and because black women are neglected. Now imagine you're in labor, and your doctor is treating you like your labor pain ain't nothing. Oh, it don't hurt as much as you say. Now you don't need that epidural, or you don't need that pain medication, but yet your blood pressure is jacking up, and he's ignoring that. Of course she's in pain. Of course it's gonna be a little high. Or you feel something is wrong, something ain't quite right, and you telling your doctors something ain't right, y'all need to check something out. Something is wrong. And they're ignoring you because they feel, because they the doctor, they know your body better than you, or that you faking it to get drugs. They always assume black women are either not in as much pain as we're talking about, or we're faking it so we can get drugs, or that we don't know our body as well as we do. We know something is wrong.
Or they think that we could take it, or what? Why are we complaining?
Hmm. Yeah. Oh, and don't let it be more than your first child. Oh, they feel like your old troopers in there. Oh, you've been through this before. It gets it's not as bad as it was the first time. Yeah. So you're not given as much. Yeah. And at first, it's thinking, oh, it's because these are poor black women. They're not given the care. But we had what's that judge name? Her daughter-in-law passed away with a pulmonary embolism. Uh, Serena, she went public about how she almost died um, because of a pulmonary embolism, because the doctor was ignoring her when she was saying she was having some problems.
Yeah, like that.
Hmm. Yeah, they have had women who had just came back from a checkup from the doctor. They told the doctor that there was some issues and there was some problems and this was going on. The doctors told ignore it. They get sent home. Next thing you know, they being rushed back to the hospital. Our family members have found them, found dead in their house or in their kitchen or in their bed. I don't feel well. I need to lie down for a little while, and next thing you know, they're gone. Yeah. So that's another reason to go for go with a midwife and a doula and go to the traditional route and birthing centers. Um, s- um, those areas that have birthing centers, to go there. But with COVID, there was more going to give birth at home. That way, you have more control, and you don't have to worry about your child or you being exposed to COVID, because there was that fear going on. Okay, what's that, Yvette? I don't have kids. I also heard the best way to give birth is to squat and push. Laying down on your back is long and painful. Yeah. And they want to cut too, like natural birth are no longer an option. Yeah. Doctors be pushing it. That was what was going on with my cousin. She switched doctors 2 times because of it. Because they were they were pushing cesarean. She wanted natural childbirth. And we was like, well, it wouldn't hurt to have a plan, Well, actually, she found a doctor she said, I absolutely do not want to have a cesarean. The only We did tell her to have a plan in place, like if they have to do a cesarean, tell them how you want it to be cut and how soon and stuff like that. So you don't want them to do an emergency one. From what I've seen of the results afterwards, they don't care. They don't care, about the bikini cut. C-section afford hospital more money. And then there's Yeah, but if it's done wrong, the chance of you being able to carry naturally the second and third time gets harder. PPH, Charlene, what's PPH?
I don't know. I'm thinking about postpartum stress. I don't know. What I don't
Oh,
know.
postpartum hypertension.
Okay, there we go.
Okay, thanks. Because once she starts saying post, oh, good. The only thing I can think of is hypertension, unless she's talking about hysterectomies. Oh, okay. I know the pulmonary embolism is one of the leading causes of death. Let me see. Yep. Oh, yeah. Pulmonary embolism. Yeah. Because nobody thinks of, about a blood clot causing a heart attack or a stroke. Oh, and then there's the other rare occurrences. Um, the hemorrhaging. Oh, and there's another one. I forgot what it's called, but
See,
one of
with
my
all
friends' mother. It happened to her mother, where
um,
she basically died while in labor, and there was no oxygen to her brain a little bit too long, and she survived, but she wasn't the same, and it took decades for her to get back to what she was. In the meantime, her children had to grow up with half a mother, so to say.
wow.
She was told that she should not have any more kids, but her and her husband's were strict out. She was willing to, because she didn't believe the Lord would want her to die in order to bring children to her, and they had plenty of children, so she was willing to take the birth control. Her husband was like, "No, no, we Catholics, we trust in the Lord. If He don't want us to have any children, He'll make sure we don't have any children. But we're not doing this, Okay, she ended up pregnant. Oh, I remember my mom being really, really angry about that. You know, um, and and she almost died. They managed to bring her back,
Wow.
but as I said, she went a little longer without oxygen to the brain than she should have, and it was like, yeah. So she wasn't, and it took a while. It took a while, and her children had to grow up with, and it was hard on the children because one minute their mom be there, their mother they always knew had, and then they could go to school and they come back and their mom is back in that half state where she's more child than she is an adult. And one of her children was my classmate, and he got upset. In fact, there was sometimes they didn't go to school when their mom was all the way there. They would not go to school unless their mom, kind of forced them to, because she's not knowing anything has changed. She's like, "Hey, babies, okay, I got your breakfast ready. Come on, get ready to go to school and stuff like that." Oh, mama, I don't feel too well. I don't think I could go to school today. She being a mom, she gonna put her foot down. No, no, you're going to school. Then they do that. Um, but if they can manage to fool her into thinking they're sick, they ain't gonna leave because they're afraid of what that she ain't gonna be there when they come back. Like they're trying to spend as much time. Oh, but anyway, let me pull back. I'm getting into story mode.
So what I was gonna say is that that's why I don't agree with surrogacy of a woman being a surrogate
Hmm.
because it's too much on the table. She could possibly lose her life, or
Uh
it
huh.
could affect her in on to put insult on top of injury is not really her baby. So
Okay.
yeah, and
Okay.
I don't think it's worth the money.
Uh, yeah. 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 I guess I haven't heard of too many, black families that do surrogacy. But the ones I do know of a mother who gave birth to her grandchildren for her daughter. But I guess she thought it was worth the risk. Hmm.
I mean, that's different. That's family to family. I'm talking about you paying a stranger, you know? But that's just my beliefs. That's what I strongly believe in. I don't believe in surrogacy. I hate the fact that they're using women as just as to hold babies, like, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
just don't like that idea.
Oh yeah. Yeah. I
But
just can't see it with a stranger. You're right. With the mother, it is different. That's your mother trying to help you out, and you it's your children. She just carrying it, and that's out of love. But when you paying somebody, they're a stranger to you. You know, they have nothing invested in it, but to just do it. It's a job. It's a job. You know, but okay, that's crap. How they did you in the IND, Charlene? What? Wait. Left behind tissue. Oh, when they have to do the DNC.
you talking about when they induced me? I don't. Yeah, that was hard. I don't know. Ever since then, I have to think twice about having a child.
That's the trauma that's involved. All the women that get traumatized, uh, they don't seem to go for real quick for the second baby. Mm-hmm. Okay. All right.
I was gonna say, are we done with this topic or?
I was about to invite Carolyn up. Since she has some extra information. Hold on. Let's see. All right. Let me put the. Oh, what's going on with my Okay. Link in the chat and give me time to put up the next topic. Okay. Carolyn, you want to come on up? All right. Let me go real quick to get set up for the next topic. Yeah. Besides, I think the guys are kind of I don't know about this unless they fathers and they went with their wives. Um. Okay. All right. Okay. She gotta get her headset and her charger on. All right. Well, let me do my FBI. Get cover my bases with that. Cause uh-oh. All right. So, all right, let's cover our bases with the fair use. This channel may contain content not authorized for use by its owner. However, according to Section 107 of the Copyright Act of the United States, the fair use, I repeat, the fair use of copyrighted work for purposes such as criticism, yes, comments, news reporting, for those who don't know, teaching, I'm hoping we're teaching y'all something new today, scholarship or research, is not an infringement of copyright. All right. All right, so all right, let's see. All right. All right. Okay, here we go. Everybody, Carolyn.
Good evening. Hey, ladies.
Hey. So, you had some information on this topic?
Well, as far as like the births and stuff like that, the instance, at least that my OB reported with like the postpartum hemorrhaging stuff is very common. She said that's like a 1 in 9 out of all women that give birth deal with like the hemorrhaging and stuff like that. And unfortunately, that's one of the biggest reasons why there are so many hysterectomies post delivery. I ended up on day 6 having basically that same instance happen, and thankfully I was in public. Otherwise, just like y'all described, I would have been here with a toddler and a newborn, deceased in my house, bled out. It's a very unfortunate thing. I just happened to be out when this happened, and it was a very short amount of time that this ended up transpiring, to where I was in an ER 1 minute and then I woke up the next minute and I'm in a different hospital and I've got a breathing tube in. This is an instance, at least with a lot of deliveries, that can lead to infection. It's where the way she described it is, she says there's a couple of different instances that this occurs. It's tissue can be left behind. It's trauma where, they may nick something inside during the course of, the speculum and all the other fun stuff, that they do with the delivery process. There are several different instances that can cause this, but, by and large, it seems as though there is a lot of, you put it really well, Charlene. You said that, the labor and delivery, they're like, atta girl, you'll be okay. And, they smack you on the inside of your leg and you're like, dude, come on, man. A little bit of decorum, please. Especially with first births. I mean, it feels uncomfortable, to be exposed to the world. But, that's definitely one of the instances that there's, a commonality. If it's 1 in 9, then that's literally, many people that most of us would know that have had children. That's a lot of women. So I think there's a little bit of that goes into this whole process, as well as, the instances of just the lack of care sometimes that goes into, the whole event to begin with. I definitely support the at-home births and the doulas and all that good stuff, because there are a lot of plus sides to that. The possibility of picking up MRSA in the hospital drops drastically if you're not there. And that can be an instance that women end up dealing with for years and years afterwards. So that's just my little 2 cents.
Okay. All right. Well, the next topic we finna go to is kind of close to. Well, actually, it kind of touch on y'all debate topic. I hope I don't accidentally trigger debate here. But it's is why black children should be homeschooled. Reason why I did the fair use. There's this video from the homeschooling summit that I'm going to be playing, and I think it applies to the topic. All right, here we go. I'm gonna. All right, here we go.
Greetings, everyone. Welcome to the Homeschooling Global Summit 2020. We are honored to introduce to you Judy Sarden, strategic education strategist, author, and speaker. Judy Sarden is the author of Sarden's Practical Guide, How to Start Homeschooling. She hosts the How to Homeschool podcast and speaks nationally on home education and general education topics. A corporate attorney for over 20 years, Judy has homeschooled her 2 children for 8 years and brings her corporate and legal strategy skills to families by helping them to strategically plan their children's academic and extracurricular career to position them for college admission success and beyond. Judy, thank you so much for taking the time to be with us today.
Thank you for having me. I'm excited to talk to you guys.
Awesome. Okay, so today we will hear your thoughts on why Black children should be homeschooled. But first, can you please tell us your story? What led you to homeschool your own children?
Sure. So I've been homeschooling for 8 years now, and we started when my son was starting kindergarten. Before that, both of my children were in a Montessori school, and it was going really well. And then he was assigned a teacher who was just coming out of the New York public schools. And the whole Montessori environment changed, and it was more like a school setting. And what I observed was that after being, a good student before that, now all of a sudden, every day I would go and pick him up. There would be a report about something he had done, and it would be just something ridiculous, like, oh, he's 4 years old and he was playing on the 5-year-old playground. It would just be ridiculous stuff. Every single day I picked him up. And so he was an early reader. He began to regress. He began to hate school. He began to think that he was less than because he had brown skin. I was reading a book. I'll never forget this. I was reading a book about Berenstain Bear's book, and it was about you can be whatever you want to be. And when I got to the page that talked about being a doctor, I said to him, "Hey, would you like to be a doctor?" And he says, "No." I said, "Why?" And he said, "Because brown people can't be doctors." And I was floored, because at that time, we had never even mentioned race in our house. My husband's biracial, and race, we kind of took the approach, well, we won't talk about race, and so it won't be an issue. But it had become an issue right under our nose, and we didn't even know it, because it was at school where it became an issue, and he had already begun to internalize that as a brown person, there were things he couldn't do. So between the regression that year, he became very disengaged. He became very angry, and we had no idea why. We spoke to the teacher numerous times, talked to the administrator numerous times. He could never get a response or anything. So it just became very clear. Then they start talking about ADHD. My son is not ADHD. And they start talking about medication for him to go forward. And I was just, no, no. we're not going down this road with my brown son, with my black son. So that's, I looked at different alternatives. I looked at private school, because clearly the public schools were out. He was in private school then. Public schools were out. Other private schools were going to have more of the same. Research told me that we were going to have more of the same. My own experience told me we'd have more of the same. And it just kind of boiled down to, I never ever thought about homeschooling, ever. I was a corporate attorney moving up the corporate ladder. But it just came down to, it was either my son, which one do I give up? Do I give up my son, or do I give up my career? So it was a no-brainer. So I didn't give my career up, I simply changed it. So it's doable, but yeah, that's why I started homeschooling.
Okay, well.
Okay, so what do y'all think so far?
No, that was powerful.
I absolutely agree with everything she said. That's one of the biggest reasons why kids that are homeschooled find success. A lot of times the kids are bored, Traditional settings, at least, they don't offer kids enough. Just, from my personal experience, friends of mine, other people that I know that have homeschooled their children have had more freedom, not just in what they're teaching their kids, but keeping their kids engaged in a way that they don't get in a traditional setting.
Okay. Yeah, because each child is different, and sometimes it takes a different way than the school is offering to teach the kids. Yeah, because right now they're trying to the kids there's like at least in most of the classrooms I've seen there's at least 20 to 30 kids. 20 about 20 meeting. If you're lucky, you might have a class where there's like 15 or 10.
And if you're lucky, on average, you might, depending on the school, get a teacher's aide. The teacher's aide is afforded to the class typically by size or necessity. And in a lot of cases, particularly the bigger the class, you're going to have kids that are going to fall behind, particularly with the pace of the class, the speed of the class, the material, the way the material goes. Mm-hmm. And as you said very clearly, not everybody's going to learn the same way. You have visual learners. You have auditory learners. Mm-hmm. Then you have the kids that have to actually practice it hands-on. And then you have combinations of kids that can do all of them or a couple of them, They hear it, they practice it, they get it. They see it, they hear it, they get it. It just depends. It depends on the kid.
Yeah. And then sometimes if the kids if you have a kid misbehaving or having some issues, the teacher end up spending more time disciplined than teaching. But yeah. Yeah. So okay, here's another quick video. where they talk about the positive impact of homeschooling on Black children.
My name is Khadijah Ali Coleman. That's me. I am 46 years old, and I have about 10 things I'm usually doing at once. I write plays and songs and get paid sometimes to share them with audiences. I teach community college, even though I'm taking a hiatus this semester, and that's because I got a new full-time job, and I homeschool this person, my daughter, Kari Isabel Soleil. This story is about her and me, and some examples of the positive impact of homeschooling Black children. Why this story? Why me? Well, I am a credible source, I think. I earned my doctorate earlier this year during the blossoming of COVID-19. I literally defended my dissertation on Friday the 13th of March, which was when many schools and businesses closed to quarantine. I had to defend my dissertation through Google Hangout. My dissertation study is titled Dual-Enrolled African American Homeschool Students, Perceptions of Preparedness for Community College. My research entailed interviewing 8 dual-enrolled African American children who are between the ages of 14 and 17 years old and homeschooled for high school. They shared with me the ways that homeschooling helped prepare them for college, but I also learned that in many ways, homeschooling had a positive impact on them overall as human beings. So let me backtrack a bit and share with you how I got started homeschooling. When my daughter was born, I had lofty dreams that I'm sure a lot of you parents have of wanting the best for your child, which always means better than what you, the parent, had. Educationally, I hadn't had it so bad during the early part of my life, but my high school years really lacked, and I refer to them as the year I stopped loving learning. My mother moved us around a lot, but early on, the public and private schools she enrolled me in were pretty good. I went to the rigorous Pan-African Institute Nation House Watoto Shule in Washington, D.C. in the early 80s, and later I was in a great elementary school, Woodland Elementary, in Silver Spring, Maryland. A fun fact is that I was in 5th grade with Dave Chappelle. But when my family moved to another county in Maryland, my love of school waned. In fact, I started to hate school. The new schools I attended were dull, restrictive, and lacked the cultural richness I was used to when I lived among people from various countries in the Caribbean, Africa, and South America. I skipped school regularly, although still making good grades, and struggled at home with my mother's abusive new husband. I had vowed that I was never raising a child in this place. However, after college and earning a master's degree in 2000, I was still living in this place by 2003 when my daughter was born. She was in daycare for her first 3 years because I had to work. I had a job in DC where I would literally have her at work with me most of the day because of a lenient boss. This was the start of me having her with me and having her part of whatever I was doing professionally. I got a job in 2006 at Morgan State University as Assistant Director of Residence Life in Baltimore and moved out there with her for 2 years. During those 2 years, she was in a pre-K program that was Montessori-like, where she was one of 3 Black children in a class of about 16 kids. While the 2 teachers who ran the class were not overtly racist or demeaning, the class lacked a cultural richness that I find important for children to have. The teachers also reported to me issues they had with Kari, getting up when she felt like it, like if she had to use the bathroom or go to the writing station, etc. I had taught her to have self-agency very young, and this was not translating well in a school environment. In our house, since she could walk, I had little tables with paper and pencils or crayons for her to access throughout the day, to draw or practice her writing. But in school, The regimented class schedule did not allow her to engage in this behavior. It was at this moment I started to become acutely aware of the way that schools really mute any type of agency children have over their bodies or their time.
Ah, shooks. Okay. Okay, wait. Okay. My bad. Y'all didn't see any of the video, did y'all?
No, but we heard it.
Y'all heard it?
Yeah.
Okay. I didn't want that. I want y'all to see the video too. Okay. Good thing I paused. Okay. So yes, I do. I have seen something like what she described in the school. And the schools, oh yes, they regimented with the rules. Unfortunately, I think that's why the kids like me because I'm not quite that regimented. I just want them, to do their work, speak quietly, because some of the schools they have them doing group work, and you get a group of kids together, they're gonna be kind of loud. And yeah. um so but the rules are regimented for their protection because the schools that we grew up in, especially those of us who were born in the 70s, um they not like what the kids are growing up with now. Kids are now growing. I've seen schools that I went to when I was a kid now have fencing around them because concerned about, because there's cars, streets all around these schools, and kids going out into the streets because the age groupings have changed. Kidnapping, you gotta monitor the kids. They can't always go to some places by themselves depending on the schools. Like being able to go to the bathroom. Used to be able to say, okay, go ahead to the bathroom, especially if they over kindergarten age. Can't do that now. You can't just send them to the bathroom, especially if they have to leave out of a building to get to the bathroom. If some of the schools, their bathrooms, you have to go out of into another building or another sector of the building to get to the bathroom. Because they could be kidnapped. There's concerns about school shooting. Used to be you had to worry about fire. With Louisiana, the weather. And now you got to worry about kidnapping, um, kidnapping, them getting hurt. Well, you always have to worry about them getting hurt, but getting hurt worse. You know, than typical kids getting hurt from being plain and being too rough. You got to get them used to rules. Especially if they have a different home environment. hmm But the rules of the school, you know, Charlene. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
No, I agree with her. In some cases, yeah, kids getting homeschool, it can really help them out a whole lot. But I
Mm-hmm.
think that it depends on a case by case basis. Not every parent is as savvy, to making that work. In order for that to work, you gotta have structure and you gotta hold that child to that standard.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And also I think kids need to be in an interactive environment.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so they have to be in an interactive environment with other kids so that they're able to learn also, you know? So they can foster that learning environment. And it's not only that, they need to be able to interact and communicate. So communication skills. And then also the school provides different after school activities that they're able to venture in. So you mean I see both sides of the token. I think it's good to have an equal balance. I would say I think kids should at least go to school at least half the day, or if they're being homeschooled, at least they need to find some way where they could interact with other kids around their age group.
Yeah.
Well, that's where the beauty of with the homeschool, you are able to still do, um the extracurriculars, right? You can still do band, you can still do, art classes, you can still do, PE, you can do multiple things outside of this specific classroom environment. The structure is very important, but there's lots of different tools today, and that's one of the beauties of the evolution of, the homeschooling situation, where it's different now and there's more tools for parents to be able to utilize. If you are looking to, you know, branch out with the things that you're teaching your kid, whether it's, home ec early, if you've got a kid that loves, cooking and making food and stuff like that, you can start fostering that early. You can nurture whatever their interests are and begin adding that into, different parts of the curriculum in ways that, certainly in elementary school, it's not there. It's some schools it doesn't exist in middle school, and it's not there in high school either. You can start teaching them a lot of different things, real life skills from an early age, and they get the interactivity with other peers and other ways that you can foster outside of a traditional setting. The structure is very important. I absolutely agree with that. But now, certainly online, there are a lot of different kinds of online homeschooling tools that you can utilize. The K through 12 is a big one, and that just depends on, whatever area you're in, whether or not that particular school, county school board, accepts K through 12. Not all do, so that's a hurdle. But there are others that they do accept and they do, adhere to, and that gives them a little bit of that sense of structure. It's a different setting, but it does foster a lot more creativity, a lot more openness, and it gives them the ability to bloom outside of a really regimented setting. I get the regimentation is meant to help foster a sense of a normal schedule, deadlines, things of that nature. But at the same time, it opens them up to more possibilities. And I think that's what a lot of parents want to be able to foster in their kids, is to have a sense of wonderment and possibility and exploring in, non-traditional ways that allow their kids to bloom.
Okay. Yeah, but you're right. It also depends on where you're at. I know that in some states, like homeschool, especially once you get to middle, junior high, and high school, that you can send your child to the public school for certain curriculums that you cannot do for homeschooling. Like band, art. I can't remember all of them, but it also depends on your state. Because I think in our state, unless you in the digital learning, if you homeschooling, you're homeschooling. You cannot send your child to say for PE or band, or I'm trying to think of the other activity, other electives. I mean, not electives, things. But if you digital learn, and yes, you can send your kids to school for those classes, or some of the classes that you can't, you feel the child needs more than you can offer. But not for homeschool. Homeschooling, you're homeschooling. Um, I don't get it. I'm still kind of learning that aspect of it. Yeah, it came to the forefront when COVID happened. Several parents were digital learning, homeschooling, and all that other stuff. Because they were not sending their kids to school, a chance of them catching COVID.
Yes, ma'am. I was one of them.
Hmm. Yeah, yeah, but yeah. But I've known some parents that have homeschool, but okay, hold on. Let me drop the link again, Charlene. All right, ladies. Oh, I see Koja is in the chat. I got the link down there if you want to come up. Okay.
Hey,
Oh,
Dan, you mind if I, what happened to Charlene?
she just dropped off. I re-dropped the link in case she just fell off.
Um, Let me get a male perspective on this topic.
Uh huh.
I think that we should homeschool our kids until they're ready for a university. Okay. Let Charlene back up. Until they're ready for a university. And the reason why I say that is because at that point, they'll be well equipped, they'll be intelligent, they'll be mentally well equipped and mentally well adjusted to deal with college life and situations that may come their way. I think from grades K all the way up to 12th grade, your child should be schooled at home. Schooled at home. And if you got more than one child, okay, you wouldn't have to worry about them making friends or learning how to play with other kids because they can play with each other, they can play with cousins, they can play with kids in the neighborhood, so they can get all of their social interaction with other people that way, okay? But I think public schools are absolutely dangerous. Even high schools, I think they're dangerous. I think your kid is exposed to a lot of racism, a lot of discrimination, a lot of faulty diagnosis, especially with young black boys, with the ADHD and all of that. I don't trust the food in the schools. I think there are too many chemicals in the food. Especially in urban schools, the kids eat the food. Next thing you know, they got autism or something is wrong with them. Okay, they become extremely hyperactive, and then they get diagnosed with ADHD. Then they're in special ed, and then they're held back, and it's just a mess. There's too many problems with public schooling. For one, I don't think that a child can learn in a classroom with 20 other children. It's really, really hard for a child to focus in a classroom with 20 other children. And a teacher shouldn't have that many students to teach at once. Now, on a university level, it's different because the child is more mature, the mind is developed, the child can critically think, intake information and know how to research and all of these things, right? Okay. But at the lower levels, such as high school, grade school, those functions aren't developed well yet, right? And they don't get developed with all of the dangers and the interruptions of public school and high school. Too many things going on: peer pressure, jealousy, teen pregnancy, again, racism, chemicals in the food. It's just too many underlying problems. I think your child is safer in a home setting, more comfortable in a home setting. I think the optimal size of a classroom should be 3 to 5 kids for one teacher.
Can I?
You bring up a very good point.
Can I come back up? I want to come
sure.
back up.
Uh-huh.
Okay, so this is my thing. You can't shield your kids from the outside world. How long are you going to shield them? They're going to have to go out, make social interactions. They're going to have like high school. All of these things are stepping grounds for when they go to when they go to college and these universities. They have to go through these. These are stepping grounds to get there. If they haven't gone through all those interactions, how do you know they're able to make those right decisions? You cannot shield your kids from the outside world. They're gonna have to combat the outside world. I
Right.
feel
Well,
like
you can.
you gearing them up not to succeed. Like when they go in the outside world, they're gonna face racism. They're gonna face all of these things you're trying to stop them from facing.
All right.
I
Yeah. Well,
think
you can
we
do
are
it.
operating
Yeah.
in
Let me answer the
extremes.
question.
Okay,
Let me
I'm
answer the
sorry.
question. Yeah, you can get them exposed to the outside world just by playing with kids in their neighborhood. Okay, kids in their neighborhood aren't related to them. All right, I would rather deal with them in the neighborhood where I believe it's safer, and I know some of the kids and the parents in the neighborhood, rather than send them to an area where I don't know what's going on. There are foreign teachers, there are foreign kids, there are all kinds of things going on kids bringing knives to school, guns to school.
So
Okay, I
what is the
rather
difference than them going to college?
well, no, college is much different.
You're not equipping them with the knowledge to combat those things if you don't allow them to go through those experiences while they're going to junior high school or high school.
I don't believe that they
Can
should go through those experiences.
can I
Okay,
say
That makes
something?
no sense. So
I don't believe they should go there.
when they do go to university or when they do go to college, they could easily get
But
pregnant.
what?
They will easily no, they will easily be manipulated because they don't know the tactics that people play. They're
Yeah,
not
but at that,
they're not there
yeah,
to go through those experiences and then come home
yeah,
and
but
ask
at that,
mom and dad what happened today.
right, but at
And
that time they will be right. But at that time, they will be mentally developed enough to make a proper
Mm,
decision. You see, I don't
that's
want them
what
facing these. Hold on one second
that's
now.
go ahead.
I don't want them facing these things in grade school. I don't want them facing knives and guns and discrimination when they're in the fifth grade, sixth grade. That can blow a child's development mentally.
can I
You
can I
know,
say
and then
something?
there's something. Yeah, I just want to finish one quick, and you guys can have it. That can mess with your child's mental development, and then when your child stops learning, your child goes into a depression. Next thing you know, they commit suicide when they're 9 years old, which is starting to happen. The suicides are, are getting younger and younger.
Wait, hold on. I kind of agree but disagree because suicides not just come from that. If you're getting good love and attention at home, there's no reason why a kid should be committing suicide.
Well, you see, home is one thing, right? School is another. School can be a very uh, um, um, difficult environment for a child to deal with. They can get crossed up. They can get locked into a situation. Like for example, you ever see a child afraid to tell you what they're doing in school?
Yes.
Can I say
You know
something?
where that comes from?
Can I say
That
something?
comes from being right. That comes from being bullied to the point where if they say something to someone, there will be dire consequences, or there will be a popularity contest where they'll be on the wrong side of. A lot of kids take that seriously at that age, right? That can damage them mentally for the
Can
I
rest
I
of
think
their
say
life.
something? I think we're
Wait.
conflating.
Let's let Koja say.
I
Hey, Coach,
think
go ahead.
we're Hey, I think we're conflating a lot of things and we're operating in extremes. And we throw a lot of stuff together without slowing stuff down, looking at the details. For example, and how stuff plays out in everyday life. You're saying they can interact with kids in school. Well, let's look at the typical suburban life. Kids actually don't come in the neighborhood. Kids don't come home after school. They go to after school care, other kids in the neighborhood. They go to karate practice. Actually, the time some kids get home from their parents or from school may be 7 o'clock when it's just time for your kids to come in the house. So all this social interaction, what you're saying going to happen in the neighborhood, actually doesn't because some kids aren't even home. So there are problems with public schools. And there are problems with homeschooling. Your kid has to socially interact with the world, whether they go out in college, and they have to learn conflict resolution. Now, are there problems in the school system that need to be fixed? Yes. But if your kid cannot function in school, the same issues sometimes that you have in school are the same issues that you have in the workplace. There are bullies in the workplace. So if they don't learn how to conflict resolve in childhood because you've shielded them, and I remember there was an actual thing on the news where they said this generation was actually having moms call, and this was maybe over 10 years ago, call into work for their children because they were not letting their children grow into adulthood. And now I can see we getting a selection of kids that have no conflict resolution and stuff, but they were really talking about how parents are overprotecting their children and not allowing them to develop. So within keeping the kids in the home and limiting their social interaction, and children ain't gonna have time to interact with your child on that level to get all of the stuff that they actually need. The problems that's in the school system in regards to bullying is because they haven't made rules to actually enact it. Right now, if a child has an IEP plan, and I'm from a country town, but a child literally could be 13 years old, and if you have an IEP plan in the state of Florida, they can, and an IEP plan can be for behavioral issues, like ADHD, oppositional defiant disorder, and all this other stuff. Badass children that really have issues for why they bad, but they still bad. A 22-year-old can be in the same school with a 13-year-old, and there do need to be alternatives. Like maybe we can do some night schooling for these kids, that evening schooling, when the school closes at 2:30, open it up to the ones who giving all the problems and let them earn their way. There are solutions that can address some of these issues, but right now, due to certain things, teachers' hands are tied, but it's not to eliminate kids going to school and learning social interaction. And then within that, the age at which you have kids these days are not the ages when you have the highest income. When when you're taking your 25 to 30 something year olds starting out, they don't have the most income to say that maybe one parent can sit at home and homeschool. So you're going to be either homeless, given the average median income at the time. We make more money in our older years because we have less child care expenses and less things like that. So we cannot conflate the things that we have the ability to do at 50 with what the average couple has the ability to do that are having kids at 25 and 26.
Okay,
so it's
good,
a whole
Charlene.
lot of micro pieces that go into this that are not being taken into account in order to advance a narrative that are extreme on both ends, where we have to come in the middle and meet. And I really can't stay on long. I just really wanted to add that piece in there because I'm on a little break.
Koja.
I'm gonna jump back in when I finish. I can jump back in about 35 minutes.
Okay. We'll still be here.
Okay. But I'm listening to our tweet. I mean, our post.
Okay. Carol, you want to say something before I
Yeah, I mean, I was going to add in a little bit to what you had brought up was, the kids being able to have the foundation to learn, the conflict resolution and dealing with bullies and stuff. This day and age with the suicide rates and stuff like that, the biggest reason is because kids nowadays are not afforded the same things that we were as kids, right? And the biggest reason is social media. These kids face bullying from the moment they get on a bus to the schoolroom to, potentially the neighborhood and then social media. Okay. Right. And that's a big part of it, right? Back in the day when we were kids, we go to school, we deal with it for a little bit, and then we come home and we don't have all of that. Right. We didn't get bullied 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And that plays a part in a kid's mental, stability.
It does. Now you're having kids committing suicide at, 8 and 9 years old. And another thing too, right? Okay, all this social interaction thing is overhyped. Okay. All right. Say there's not enough kids in the neighborhood, right? I will find some safe programs where there are other kids involved in those programs to give my child some social interaction, but there'll be social programs of my choosing because I'm the father, my wife is the mother, and it's up to us, okay, to have the best possibilities for our children. So we will pick out the social program. If there's not enough kids in the neighborhood for them to socially act with, we'll pick out some social programs to send them to where they can get that proper social interaction. And we can also teach them to conflict resolute in the home. We learned that in the home when I was younger. Before I even went to school, I knew how to conflict resolute. That was taught to me in the home because my mother homeschooled us before we actually went to school. Okay. I don't want my child in an environment now to where it's dangerous. You got kids coming to school doing mass shootings. You got serious peer pressure. You got a lot of other kids who aren't raised properly. They don't know how to socially act with other kids. They bully rather than make friends, or rather than socialize. They'd rather bully kids. They'd rather call kids out of their name. They'd rather exercise racism. Okay, and then you have staff members. Some staff members are just as bad as the kids. Okay, they exercise racism. Okay, and then depending on what ethnicity your child is, okay, ADHD, the misdiagnosing or the overdiagnosing of ADHD is a factor. Now they're pumping your kid with all kinds of crazy drugs, which can affect their mind. I'm sorry, I'm not a fan of that. I'd rather teach my child in the home and take my chances with outside social interaction programs.
Right. And here, they had the Department of Public Recreation and Parks. That was something that a lot of parents utilized for their kids as after-school programs, where they had the ability to interact with other kids through the summer and after-school programs like the Pee-wee basketball, baseball, football, soccer. It didn't matter what it was. That was always a foundational ability to be able to get involved in the community, and that built a lot of, not just interaction, but that built a lot of community in and of itself, because these were kids in your community. These were kids that, maybe were siblings of people you were going to school with, things of that nature. Right. So this is one of the things that helps foster those kinds of interactions that are needed, that can supplement the traditional settings and the interactional skills and learning how to interact with each other in a way that's able to be, safe for the kids, as well as, it builds a sense of independence.
And here's another thing too. People think that if you keep your child homeschooling, somehow the damn home is a dungeon. No. It's an environment that the kid is used to. It's an environment that the kid feels safe in. They learn at an accelerated rate when they're in that kind of environment. It's been proven over and over again. We have a situation here where we have articles where young people have been taught in the home, and their learning was accelerated. We have children at the age of 12 already applying for college because they've been homeschooled. Okay, so I think it's better for your child to be in an environment that they're used to, an environment that they're safe in, and they can just let it rip. Their learning ability will go straight through the roof. I think when you put your child in a foreign situation to where they're not comfortable, then they have to get along with people, and the situation becomes difficult. And there's a lot of adversity that they have to deal with, especially unnecessary adversity. You got kids running around just forming cliques and gangs, okay? Just picking with other kids. School has gotten to the point now to where it's a breeding ground for thugs. I mean, these high schools and these public schools. Even the girls are thugs. Some of the girls are thugs now, okay? And that's pretty much what school has turned into. And the faculty members can't keep up with it. And then some of the principals are corrupted. All they care about is the money that the school is being funded, so they can put as much in their pocket as possible. They don't even care anything about the kids.
That's the biggest part to it.
Yeah, the curriculum is terrible in some of these schools, So, no, I think homeschooling is the best way to go, especially now after COVID. I think you have to be crazy to send your kid to a public school.
Well, and two, the Common Core, changing the education to a Common Core base is not helping kids. Okay? Consistently dropping the standards is not helping kids. It's not helping them to be able to build foundations, to be able to build basics. And overall, it doesn't promote a sense of independence if the kid can't grasp the material, whereas in homeschool settings or in a non-traditional school setting, they have the extra time. They have the time to be able to absorb the material at whatever rate that they need to get it. so that they can read at or above their average. They've got those foundational skills that, prior to COVID, certainly, the average homeschool situation for Black communities was like 3%. And during COVID, it jumped up to almost 16. And the kids are doing better. All the way around the board, they are doing better. Because they're finding a new way to navigate learning. That is the biggest change, in my opinion. That's the biggest change. That's one of the changes that needs to happen. Schools and teachers that learned about what this Common Core was actually began to quit because they knew what this was going to do to these kids. So that's just another point. Go ahead.
So my kid goes to public school, okay? And in his class, they have the option if they want to do like online learning or they want to come to class. And you know what? All of the students come to class. Nobody opt out to do online learning. And that's same with most of the kids. They all come to school.
Well, that's funny that you mentioned that too, because I think you said your kid is the same age as my kid. We both have third graders, yes?
Yes, my son is in
That's
third
funny.
grade.
Yeah, my oldest is 8. She's going to be 9 in May. And,
Okay.
here, what they did was our, state superintendent elected for only virtual for grades 3 through 12. And so many parents here were upset over the fact that they didn't allow for unlimited virtual spaces for these kids. And that posed a huge problem. They had a lot of parents withdraw their kids instead of sending them back. And, that just became a whole problem. Why in the world would you foster something that they did last year for all the grades all over the country to be able to do virtual if they wanted to do virtual? Certainly here they shut the school systems down for a majority of the year, and they didn't allow in-person learning and basically until the last quarter of the school year. And even then they still only had in both the classes, I think for both of my girls, which would have been second grade and kindergarten, they only had, I think, 10 kids in each class. Everybody else was virtual. So even still, the county has forced a lot of parents to withdraw their kids from the school system. The main reason being is because all of these kids not in school would drop the school's GPA overall, which means less money, which means, of course, more issues for the school. It should never be about money. It should be about the foundation building of the kids. It should be about their ability to learn, and it should be the school system that helps foster that, as well as the parents. And it falls to us as our natural roles as parents to be able to do what one of our given roles is to be teachers. We teach them from a very young age, how to go to the bathroom, how to eat, how to dress themselves, how to tie their shoes, all of these things, how to read, how to start writing. All of these things are inherently our job as parents. Not all parents possess these abilities to give their child what they need as far as, areas where they may be struggling, but there are many, many tools to be able to utilize for this in a traditional setting and in a non-traditional setting. This particular scenario that we find ourselves in has opened up a lot of possibilities to families in ways that they may not have been present before. And
I agree.
With the probability of doing homeschooling, there's even online academies that you can do that specifically cater to a more diaspora education, that give them stuff that they're not going to get in a traditional setting. that teach them things that a lot of these schools completely bypass. They're part of their identity. They're part of their history. They're part of their collective cultural experiences. And they're just not there. They're not there. So it's definitely an opportunity. That's the way we have to look at it. It's an opportunity. I certainly encourage people to look at it as an opportunity. It's an opportunity to choose the path that's right for your kid. Whether it is a traditional setting or whether they do better outside of that traditional setting for whatever reason.
So this is my philosophy. I think that we should allow our kids to go to public school and give them the tools at their dispense that they could use, to help foster and give them like better insight to learning, help them combat communication skills, and just add more to their learning because this is just me. They're gonna have to combat the outside world. And not only that, I would want my child to be in a settings with different kids of different walks of life. And I want my child to interact with the teacher or multiple teachers. Like I want my child to have that experience. I can't, I can't say for most other people, but that's what I want for my child to have. And it's that to me, like right now, my child is able to walk to school and walk home. And that right there is teaching him a sense of ownership, is teaching him responsibility and knowing that he has to walk to school and walk back home. All these little things that he's doing is helping and preparing him for the next stage of his life.
Yeah. And y'all underestimating the powers of teenagers and the kids because a lot of reasons some when you said the kids all were given the choice they all went to school true because they want to interact with their friends. There are some friends because they live in totally different neighborhoods, even in a small town like mine. They only see these friends at school. The digital. They starting to learn that the digital, the phones, the computer, internet doesn't make up for their face-to-face personal interacting and socializing with their friends and stuff like that. People always underestimate how powerful that is. Even they underestimated it. I had kids asking me now, okay, especially when kids reach a certain age, they kind of drop off from church stuff. I had a couple of kids ask me if we're going to be doing the summer Bible Olympics again. Surprised the heck out of me. These are the kids I have to drag, kicking and screaming, have their parents force them to do it, but yet and they be like, I'm too shy, but yet they coming to me. That's how powerful the want to socialize face to face. Even these kids they only see during the summer for that week for Bible Olympics, but they there every year, so they got to know these kids. And they're asking. I said, well, weren't y'all doing it, the Zoom and the digital? And they telling me it's not the same, Miss Frank. I want to see my friend. I want to see. I said, you're not worried about COVID? Well, I took the shot. She took the shot. We should be able to see each other. I was like, you took the shot? Okay, but yeah, that's a powerful motivation for some kids. And even the ones that they can't stand school, they really cannot stand school. When it comes to learning, they prefer the homeschooling, but they want to socialize. They want to see their friends. They want to talk. They want to do school activities with their friends.
And that's the other good part too. If the homeschool setting seems to not want or seems to not foster as much as you would like for your child. If the child does not seem to be adjusting well to it, there's always the opportunity to go back, right? There's always the opportunity to, switch either way. I mean, I've known kids that were homeschooled through elementary and middle that went to high school in a public school, and I was blown away with these kids because I went to public school the whole time. And just the cohesiveness of their family unit it was something I had never seen before. This was something that I'd never seen in any setting. It was new to me. Homeschooling was something that was not unknown, but it was new to me. And it was amazing to see how grounded these kids were.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Hey, Miss Chantel.
Am I too loud?
You're a little too low. Let me see if I can raise up your mic. Hold on, just a second.
Okay.
All right, try now.
Yeah, what about this? It's still low?
You're good.
You good?
Okay. So, yeah, I wanted to come up and speak on that because I homeschool my kids since 5th grade. Now, I think homeschooling is awesome. Let me tell you why. Because my kid was reading. He was going to 5th grade, and that summer before he went to 5th grade, I sat down with him and I was like, well, let me see where he at. Let me read with him because he about to start school in a couple of months. Let's get some thinking going on. And when I sat down to read with him, the child could hardly read a 2nd grade book. Like, we talking a simple sentence, okay? He did not do well in group learning at all. He was totally distracted. He also had a speech impediment where he couldn't pronounce certain letters and blends, consonant blends. And so he had those things going on, dyslexia. So what happened was that I decided, because I was able to, and I'm gonna speak on that too, being able to homeschool. I decided to homeschool my kid only for a few months to get his reading level up, because I was like, oh no, not mine. No, he's not going to be a statistic. Okay, I'm raising a king, a prince. So I stood home with because I was going to school at the time online, and I stood home with my son, and I went and got hooked on phonic books. That's the beginning of learning the alphabet sounds and things like that, long and short vowels. I sat at that table every day. We would do at least 3 hours a day with breaks in between. So my kid, within 3 months, I kid you not, he was reading my college level essay books within 3 months. I watched that kid, his self-esteem shot up when he realized that he knew how to read. He started reading the mail. He started reading everything. He was so confident after that. So you can do it. You can teach. I think they got parents really tricked into this matrix where you can't teach your kids. You have to have this certification to teach your children. That's a lie. I only had some college. Right? And so long as you follow the rules of your state, you go down there and put a declaration of homeschooling in, see if you qualify. Because it's simple. Some states, they just require you to have a GED. Some states require you, where I was, to have some college. So parents gotta stop thinking you can't teach your kid how to read because you're not certified. Yes, you can. Your kid gonna learn much better with you one-on-one in an environment that's more peaceful. Now let me go to when he was going to school. He would come home. Am I dumb? Am I stupid? I would have to talk him back up every day. This is how these kids made him feel. He had a speech impediment, dyslexia. Mind you, all of that went away when I homeschooled him. It went away all within 3 months of homeschooling that kid. But back to the part. I'm sorry for jumping back and forth. When he was going to school, we had issues with teachers. I didn't like what they was teaching my kid. They also taught history, and they were not black teachers. Okay, my kid is black. They were not black teachers. They would teach him about history and say stuff like, say for instance, the Emmett Till. They were like, well, they told the story, and then they were like, well, we don't think he did it on they did it on purpose. And I was like, what the fuck? Oh no, don't teach my kid the wrong, don't lie to my kid. Okay. They also had like they would teach about natives, and this was Caucasian women teaching about the history, which I was insulted by. They also said the kids asked what happened to the natives because they were telling them about the natives who were here first and things like that. The kids asked what happened to the natives. They said the natives died off because of the climate. And I'm like, what? Because me and my son, he would come home and I would ask him about his day. How did your day go? He would run it down to me. You see what I'm saying? So I had an idea of what was going on at school because I would ask him every day, how was your day? And tell me about your day. So, anyways, to me, I would say it's a total distraction. He had to deal with children who had issues. One time he got choked on the bus because he sat by a little boy. That little boy was crazy, cuckoo, mental. Okay, and if he would have killed him, he wouldn't have went to jail. These kids be coming from environments that they are full of anger. If your kid is not full of anger and ready to fight, they're gonna beat the shit out your kid. They're gonna yank her hair all day. They are ruthless at school. I'm sorry to say, but those kids are no joke today. It's not like in our years because I think all of us kind of up in age, but it's nothing like when we were growing up. It's quite different. These kids are angry today. They're not. It's not a safe environment. Even middle schoolers are bringing guns to school, killing people, and you have to ask why. Because what's going on at home is coming to the schoolhouse. Now, let me say this and I'm gonna be quiet. I wouldn't put my child in that position again because it's like saying for him to learn how to cope with crazy people. I wouldn't tell him to go to a solemn house and learn how to fucking cope. Excuse my language, I'm sorry. I wouldn't put him in a gang related environment and tell him, well, son, you got to learn how to cope. You got to learn. Because guess what? The gang members see you walking with him every day. They're going to find a way to get his ass, okay? Because he's in their territory. Let's not play. Your mama ain't going to protect you. If I'm not going to put him in environments and tell him learn how to cope. That's not right. I grew up like that. When I was going to school, I grew up with girls that behaved like wildebeest. I was like, damn, they act like men. They would beat me and my cousin up. And it was crazy because I'm like, it was girls, but those girls came from a wild home. And I had to learn how to fight those girls because either I was going to get my ass whooped every day or, I had to learn how to fight. And yeah, they made me a brave person, but I still wouldn't put nobody in that environment. It's just not right. It's not right. I had to, it made me a brave person in a way where I was always ready to fight. That was my answer to everything. Oh, you messing with me? I was always ready because that's the environment I grew up in. I didn't understand there's other ways to deal with things except fighting. So no, I totally disagree with homeschooling. That's my piece, ladies.
Wait. I'm sorry. Did I hear you right? You totally agree, or did you say you totally disagree with
Disagree.
homeschooling?
Disagree.
Uh, it sounded like you were for homeschooling.
No, what did I say? It sounded like I was scared. When? Tell me when.
Were you saying how you taught?
I'm sorry, Frankie. I am for homeschooling. I'm
Okay,
for homeschooling. I'm sorry.
okay, all right, okay, but oh yeah, yeah. I guess we're gonna have to see is it based by base uh um yeah, your school, your child, improvement. And oh, come to think of it, I have a story. Yours is not the only one. Let me see. This
Frankie,
is homeschooling with me. Oh, wait. It's not the one I'm looking for. But I'm gonna play
Frankie.
this one while I go get the
Hello.
other
Wait,
one.
wait, wait. Frankie, can you
Hmm.
hear me?
Uh-huh.
Can I address somebody in the chat real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so Flying Monkey says, but if you homeschool your kids, how are they going to learn to interact with people? Yes, the public school is not a joke for black kids. So you just told me the public school is no joke for black kids, and I should go ahead and put my son in a gang banging environment or an environment filled with children that got mental issues and angry and that will stab you up with pens and pencils. You, my kid is not going to learn how to interact by being in such an environment. He's going to learn how to become like I told you I was, a fighter, angry like them, and off the hook. Okay, no kind of that's not a learning environment. Now, when I homeschool my son, I put him in YWCA programs, all kind of different little programs. You put them in programs, they gonna interact, but let me say that the interaction is quite different because they're more, from what I saw, standoffish. They have a more, they don't just interact with anybody. You understand? I don't know if you would understand what I'm saying. That's from what I've seen in my son. And that's a good thing to me that you don't just run up and interact with anybody because you're not in environments where you interacting with any and everybody. So when you come into a person as a homeschool person, when they come into somebody, they're very cautious. You understand what I'm saying? Of who they dealing with. They're more cautious of the person they're dealing with because they have a little bit more insight on they have a little bit more insight. I don't know if you guys understand what I'm saying about that, but yeah, that's what I saw. And then he said, but yet you grew up and dated them, Miss Chantel. I have no idea what that means, grew up and dated them. I don't know who you're talking about. I dated. So, anyways, yeah.
Uh, he asked if wouldn't they be socially awkward though?
I would
Not,
say, go ahead, go ahead.
not necessarily. I have one kid. He just quiet. He observe, but he does interact with the other kids. It's just that he don't interact with everybody. He don't
Yep.
interact the wilder ones, gossipy ones, the ones
Mhm.
that's fighting. But he do have his friends they interact with, and because he's computer savvy, even though he don't interact with them personally, if they ask him for help or he see where he can help them, he will offer to help them with things. But trust me, he's not awkward. He just quiet.
And
He's
that's what
quiet.
I was saying, Frankie.
Observe.
When they homeschool, they're a little bit more cautious about interacting with any and everybody. When they in a public school, they used to interacting with anybody and everybody, so they don't give a second thought. They just interact. But homeschool kids, because they don't have, they're not in that kind of environment every day. When they approach or when they are approached, they are a little bit more cautious and they cautious with people. And I like that. I don't think it's weird at all. I think it's smart.
Oh yeah, and that only lasts for about the first year. Trust me.
Hmm.
Second, third year, oh, all that quietness, all that little shyness thing, that goes away. I've
Yes.
dealt with enough of them. No,
Yes.
I be like, what happened to my quiet kid from last year? Oh, I know
Hmm.
everybody now. I know everything now. They watching, they observing, they seeing how things interact.
Hmm.
How who works with who. And trust me, that's only for the first year, maybe two. If you got a really this person's just really quiet, you know.
So you would
But
say they're learning the social order.
hmm. So yeah, that first year they just learning, and they find somebody that of like mind, because sometimes when they used to dealing with a certain level of quietness and they
Hmm.
focus learning, seeing other kids who are wilder, less focused, it makes they're not certain how to how to deal with them, so they just
Hmm.
keep it quiet and observe how to work with how to interact with the teachers, how to interact with the other kids. They find a friend. I don't even worry they don't find a friend in the first year. I've seen it where
All right.
they have nobody that first year.
Hey, Miss Chantel, how are you?
But that
Good.
second year,
Yeah, I think we're getting a little bit too like afraid of this term social interaction. You know, you don't have to teach kids to socially interact. All you gotta do is put them around the kids. It's normal to them to interact with other kids. But
yeah.
when you put kids in an environment where they don't want to interact, there's something wrong with that environment. Kids can sense things, okay, that could harm them easily, even if it's mental. They can sense it, and then they'll retract, they'll withdraw, they'll stay to themselves, and then they don't want to interact. And then when that happens, most of the time they get wrongly diagnosed from people who are playing professional who aren't professional at all. You know, they get diagnosed with some kind of syndrome or ADHD, or next thing you know, you're shooting your child up with drugs. Okay, because they think that the child has something wrong with him when he doesn't. I can make a case that school now hurts your children. You heard what Miss Chantel said. Before she homeschooled her son had dyslexia, he had a speech impediment. These schools aren't environments that teach, there aren't institutions of learning anymore. They're
Mhm.
breeding grounds for young psychotic people.
Yep.
All right. And it's encouraged by the faculty that they got there who are unprofessional, don't have much training with kids, don't really care about the kids. Most of them are just punching the clock and getting a paycheck. We had a situation in Jersey where I think nine teachers got caught teaching kids according to the way they dress. If the kids came to school in the latest gear or the latest fashion, they got taught, they got homework, right? If the kids came to school with just regular clothes on or something made like some hand-me-downs or whatever, they got sat in the back of the class and didn't get taught. So these are the type of things that are going on, okay? And you don't even know about it. You home working, you think your child is in the best environment to learn when he's actually in the worst environment to learn.
Exactly.
Okay?
And can I add something in there?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
This I used to tell my son this about school. Um, they send in, unfortunately, even starting in middle school, the drug dealers send in young people to get other young people hooked on drugs to get clients and work for them. Oh yes, the pimps sending young girls to befriend the lonely little girls who don't fit in, and they think they got a friend, but yet they met a little girl who is luring them into hoeing, and then
Mm-hmm.
that child is caught up into hoeing because she didn't know that girl who's befriending her is really working for the pimp, or that kid didn't know that the boy who's befriending him is really working for the drug dealer. They got children working for them in the schoolhouses. It's crazy.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
crazy.
And then you got dope fiends and drug pushers all over the place. Your child goes to school now, right? They got to get past, bad environments where there's gangs on the corner, dope fiends everywhere, drug addicts everywhere. That's not an environment that's healthy for your child.
Hmm.
I don't want my child around that environment. And then when you get into the schools in our area, the Board of Education doesn't give a damn about our kids. Our schools have the least funding possible. Hardly
Well,
no
see
books, bad
to that,
curriculum.
Max,
Uh-huh.
which you can do as a community is you can request the budget for your county. I'm going to put that on the board right now. You can request the budget for your county through the Freedom of Information Act and find out where that funding was spent. Find out how they were budgeting for that county. And you can hold them accountable, because here's something fun. Schools have credit ratings. School districts have credit ratings. Even counties have credit ratings. All of that plays into the money that goes into your county and in your school board. especially with COVID. Especially with COVID.
Well, you had two. You had two teacher unions, right? I forgot their names, but likely one school system falls under one or the other. They're like the Republicans and the Democrats. I forgot their names, but it's two giant unions. Okay, they don't really get involved in anything with the children either. They back the teachers. You know, they don't really care about what happens to the kids. We have a lot of people who are in power in the school system that don't care about children.
Mm-hmm.
They just don't. And the areas where the schooling is top notch, it's because money's involved.
Right, taxes.
Yeah, money's involved. When you're in the areas where it's low income, where the parents can afford to give that extra dollar, put that extra dollar in the proverbial collection plate or the political collection plate, then your kids suffer. Your kids get nothing.
That's right.
You know, you get pretenders. You get people who come to school pretending to be teachers.
Yeah.
You get people in the board of education pretending to care because no one is lining their pockets. This is an ugly pay-to-play scheme. That's what it is.
And a lot of people that show up to volunteer, they're there simply not because they care, but because they want to do away with their student loans. If they volunteer in a poor neighborhood, do you know that what's his name who killed Trayvon? He did the same thing. He volunteered in poor neighborhoods, and they try to use that in his court case and say that he wasn't a racist because he volunteered in Black kids' neighborhood. No, he was. We all know that he was, all right. But he did that. Yeah, he did that too to do away with student loans. Those people don't care about your kids who show up volunteering. That's not about your children. That's about them getting rid of student loans. Plus, I know a state in a particular county where they gave the Caucasian schools so much money because they pay higher taxes or whatever. And when it got to the schools that was in low income neighborhoods, they said we ran out of money. And the people was like, what? Mm-hmm. We got to get books for these kids and all of that. They try to sue the school board, but they couldn't really do anything about it.
Right. My niece just turned 9. She's been homeschooled now for, I think, the last 4 years, right? She's on pace to be a freshman in college by the age of 12.
Yeah.
Now, when she was taken out of the school, my sister went to school one day on a meeting and found out that all of her teachers were homosexuals. Mm-hmm. Every last one of them were homosexuals. Homosexuality now is also dominant. This wasn't going on when I was in school. Okay? Now the homosexuals are dominating the schools now, and they're teaching your kids some really nasty things like teaching them how to use anal condoms. Why are we teaching young kids in the 5th and 6th grade how to use anal condoms? What is educational about that for a 5th or a 6th grader? Why are we doing that? And why are parents condoning that? Why are parents fighting against that? What's going on here?
I think
the parents that are fighting against it get labeled. Mm-hmm. They get labeled under specific ugly terms because, you know, kids are they're gonna learn this stuff anyways in life. But why is a 5-year-old, 6-year-old, 7-year-old, 10-year-old having to learn about this stuff now?
Right.
You know?
And
why are there systems out here that are literally pushing this on kids?
Right.
It's not going to do anything foundationally for these kids because they're already more accepting. You know, you ask particularly these younger people, they don't care. They don't care.
And I'm going to tell you right now, this is the way I'm old school, okay? I don't really want to hear a lot of stuff. I'm not with all of this crazy shit that's going on today. All right? You call me a homophobic, whatever you want to call me, that's fine. But I don't like the fact that the gender lines are being blurred in these grade schools. The gender lines are being blurred. They're telling these kids in the 3rd and 4th grade, They're telling boys it's okay to feel like a girl. They're telling girls it's okay to feel like a boy. They're telling boys and girls you don't have to be gender specific. I got a serious problem with that. We didn't have that when I was in school. A boy was a boy and a girl was a girl.
And there wasn't all the crazy pronoun stuff.
Right. All this androgynous shit. I'm not with it. Now the kids, when I was growing up, we had cartoons. Cartoons were funny. Yes, they had some racist cartoons or whatever, but still they were cartoons, right? But all our cartoons was funny. They were goofy. They were cartoons and we were kids and we liked them and we laughed at them, right? Now the cartoons are serious. The cartoons are all into male. I saw one cartoon where everybody in the family was gay.
It's more than that, man.
Yeah.
I'm gonna put on my little tinfoil. Put on my little tinfoil thing here for a minute.
Hold on one second.
There's actually. Go ahead.
Let me finish. The two fathers were gay, right? The two sisters was lesbians. The brother was gay. Well, the brother was gay, and I forgot what the other little girl was. She was, I think she was going back and forth between both genders. Okay, and this cartoon was slated for from the age of what they say, from the age of 5 to 15. Okay. They even got video games now with androgynous characters to where you can't tell the difference whether they're a female or a male. All this damn confusion going on now with these kids. I got a serious problem with this shit, man. And you're wondering why we have a generation now of boys who are effeminate, a lot of girls who are acting all manly and butchy and hard and whatnot. It's coming out of these schools. We got to get back to the time where boys were boys and girls were girls. Okay,
I don't think that's happening.
Well, I mean, a big reason for that, at least in part, right? There's a whole study that they did. And one of the things that they found in this study is the uptick in this, endocrine disruption disorder that's occurring more and more upon birth of babies, certainly in the era since 96. And one of the biggest reasons they found is because of all of the chemicals that they're pumping into our environment, whether it's through food with soy and stuff like that, that's an endocrine disrupting chemical, whether it's through the plastics and the BPAs and the phthalates that are in our food packaging. All of those things play a part. The endocrine system is what helps base the sexual characteristics of the baby while they're developing in our womb. And when you started having a lot of this push for like the vegan thing, push for all of this soy and stuff like that, soy milk, soy formula, all of these things, it started to play a part in not only the development of children, but, it started to play out in very real ways with their identification later. Because as they're developing, their body begins to identify, and with certain things that the mothers are taking in, we try to do the best that we can with making sure that we're eating healthy, we're doing the stuff that we're supposed to, because we're nurturing and building life. And everything that we do from day one until we deliver that baby plays into everything else that happens from that point on. And that was something that they did a study, and they found that a lot of these chemicals were playing a part in, these identity issues later on down the road with these kids. And it went from an uptick of 1 per every 2,000 live births to almost 5 per every 2,000 live births. And that's a big thing. Mm-hmm. That's a huge uptick. And that may be, in part, at least some of the reason why some of this stuff is so prevalent. At least now.
I have a theory, okay? It's not scientific. They haven't put it in a book or anything like that. It's just something that I've been observing about kids' behavior. I'm wondering if the forcing of the confusion of the genders is affecting the minds of some of these kids and causing violent behavior.
A lot of it probably is. You're absolutely spot on.
Because I think because they're forcibly crossing these kids' wires. Okay, if a boy is supposed to be a boy, right? You're saying, okay, look, you can be a girl whenever you feel like it, okay? Or it's okay for you to be with another boy, or something like that, right? I think that when that's introduced, I think it screws with the kid's behavior. I think it puts too much pressure on the kid. It confuses the kid, and that could result in violent behavior. You know, that's just my observation. I'm not saying I'm right. That's just something that's crossed my mind as I've been watching a lot of these kids wig out. You know, shooting each other. I mean, shooting other kids. You know, in class and things like that. Like, where's this violent behavior coming from all of a sudden? You know, and then we're not taking into account, right, how some kids see these things and what may be going through their mind. Some of these kids may not like what's going on, but don't really have, don't really have any authority to say anything or get anything changed because their parents are condoning it. Like, I would never tell my my son or my daughter, it's okay for my son to be with a man or another boy, or it's okay for my daughter to be with another girl intimately. I would never tell them that. And I will never tell them that it's okay. I think we do a disservice to our children when we say, oh, there's nothing wrong with you wanting to be with another boy if you're a boy. Oh, there's something wrong with you if you want to be with a girl and you're a girl. There is something naturally wrong with that. That is called unnatural. It's unholy. There's only two sexes in the known world, male and female. That is it. There are no other sexes. Okay?
Unless you go into other kinds of cultural religious beliefs, I'll just put it that way.
Yeah, well,
there are some that feel that there's 8 genders.
Right. Well, that's insanity. Okay, so it's natural for a male to be attracted to a female. It's natural for a female to be attracted to a male. That's the natural order of life. Okay. Now, let's get down to the doll situation I was talking about before, right? Why won't we let boys play with girl dolls and girls play with boy dolls? Why? What's the problem? Other cultures do it. They let girls play with boy dolls and let boys play with girl dolls. I don't see a problem with it because males should be naturally attracted to females and females should be naturally attracted to males. Why are we letting girls play with girl dolls? Girls shouldn't be naturally attracted to each other. Why are we letting boys play with boy dolls? Boys shouldn't naturally be attracted to each other. So when you bring the situation, some people go, what are you talking about, man? It's rape, it's pedophilia. Really? How? How's it rape and pedophilia, right? When you give the opposite sex, right, the same thing with dolls. It's not rape and pedophilia when a girl is attracted to a boy. It's not rape and pedophilia when a boy is attracted to a girl. So why is it rape and pedophilia when a boy plays with a girl doll and a girl plays with a male doll?
It's not. That's that crazy convoluted thing that they're trying to push with this forced identity, right?
Yeah.
That there should be a forced identity on a kid. A kid is naturally going to self-identify very early.
Mm-hmm.
And with this whole concept of this, let's push these crazy boundaries, okay? It is instilling a sense of who am I in kids that previously had that. They self-identified, I'm a boy. Mm-hmm. I was born with the same parts as other boys. I use a boy's room, I have boy things. But it makes them question that. That in and of itself is insidious. And in my opinion, it's meant to be a source of creating an other identity, and it helps to foster all of this discordance we see.
You know, they're afraid to let boys develop naturally and girls develop naturally, right? You take a boy who has a G.I. Joe with a Kung Fu grip, right? Boys don't really play with male dolls like that. They don't really know what to do with them, right? And so most of them end up stripping the dolls naked. Why? Because that's a natural thing that they would do, right? So if you give them the female doll, it becomes a natural thing. And just because he's stripping the doll naked don't mean he's going to be a pervert, don't mean he's going to be crazy or psychotic. But you give him a male doll and he strips the male doll naked, it creates a different dynamic in the mind. And that whole G.I. Joe thing, right, it's suspicious anyway. Kung Fu grip? Seriously? What is the Kung Fu grip for?
Well, and I mean, we understood what those were, back in the day, like, and that was the thing. Little girls didn't have that empowered figure. There back in our day, there was G.I. Joes, and you had one chick in that whole bunch. There was He-Man, and then you had eventually She-Ra. There were there came to be other things. So, it wasn't a bad thing to, have the friends down the street that I had that had all G.I. Joes, and we would play G.I. Joes. We would play Thundercats. We would play, all of these different games and stuff like that were allowed us to do what we wanted to do. But it wasn't ever a sense of, it's forbidden, it's taboo, right?
Yeah, I think all these restrictions hurts our children. And it causes our children to become weird, awkward, menacing or crazy, because there's just too many restrictions. We restrict. I think we're the only country in the world that's constantly restricting our children's natural development. Other countries don't do this. I've been to other countries where, they don't restrict their children's natural development. Boys are attracted to girls. Girls are attracted to boys.
Right, but there's also, too, unfortunately, in some of our communities, this whole thing where the parents are pushing this on their kids.
Right. Again,
and it becomes something that they do to foster I can put this down on my kids, early college application or whatever, that they may be non-binary or whatever.
No, you see, this is the problem. You see, the parents are the biggest problem.
I want to speak on that right there before you guys go into something else, because from my perspective, I think that the school system is playing a big major part in making young men effeminate. Okay, and I say that because girls learn differently from boys. That's just actual and factual. They learn differently. Girls are more calm. Boys are more raging and wild. And when I was growing up, boys had the opportunity to run and be wild. And as time went on, they began to make them, like a girl, sit down and this and that's not the natural order of a man. The natural order behavior of a man is to run wild and do those type of things. They're not women. They're warriors. They're soldiers. That's how, when they're born and they weaned up to a certain age, they're soldiers. They have a whole different spirit and a whole different build from women. And so what happened is that I think the school system is playing a big part in feminizing boys. And now they it's I just think that they're playing a major part in it by making these boys learn with girls and behave like girls, calm and whatever. And now they put them on Ritalin starting kindergarten. When they come in the door, they put them on Ritalin. And those kids be like, I don't know if you ever seen a kid who's on Ritalin, but they become like a zombie. They stuck.
Zombie.
They stuck and staring and drooling. And they actually learn it because they like the focus and the attention span is there. It's turned on high because they can't do anything else but focus on one thing. And so yeah, Ritalin eventually is now hurting those kids. A lot of those kids, they put them on Ritalin from kindergarten all the way up to college, and it's hurting those
Some
kids.
earlier. And
Yeah,
some earlier, certainly in
And
like
you want to,
daycares and stuff like that. They get them on Ritalin at 3. And
right?
these kids grow up for years. Yes, they grow up for years. 3.
Built-in drug addicts.
Matter of fact,
drug
a friend of mine's nephew got put on Ritalin at 3.
wow.
And he ended up getting himself off of it at 16.
Mm,
And he said that his entire experience of reality is changed for
yep.
the better.
How as a parent, you condone that and allow that to happen? Excuse me.
Because the parents are taking advice from doctors often. And this is not
Yeah.
to throw shade at doctors and stuff like that, but you know, we got to be real there too. They get money for these, you know, pharma kickbacks. That's just how it is.
You are a horrible parent when you allow this kind of abuse to your child. And another thing is that you got the girls. They want the girls to be Buffy and strong, and Buffy the Vampire Slayer, Xena the Warrior.
Yep.
But they want the boys to be Geraldine, and they want the boys to wear dresses, stuff
Mhm.
like that. You got some fool coming out of the Oscars wearing a big ass fucking dress, looking like some freaky ass Southern belle. What's his name? Billy Porter. Are you serious? Why are we pretending that there's nothing wrong with this kind of behavior? Why are we saying that when these people come out in the open and profess to the rest of us that they got some kind of mental illness, right? Why are we saying it's heroic?
Because it's becoming culturally acceptable. I think that's the main point.
When Bruce Jenner, who was born a man, became Caitlyn, how the fuck? This all, just an exclusive on TV about how brave he was. Are you kidding me? It's obvious that the man is suffering from a mental illness. Why are we pretending that there's nothing wrong with these people? It is not natural for a male to believe he is a female. And it's not natural for a female to believe that she's a male. That's not natural. Everybody want to pretend to. I don't think anything's wrong with it. Enabling it. And they're becoming more and more dangerous now. Now they're starting to get into a point now to where they're hanging around kids all the time in these bathrooms. This because a lot of places you got these gender neutral bathrooms, and then some places the male can go into the female bathroom if he feels like a female.
Right.
You know,
that's crazy.
They're gonna get somebody killed. Everybody ain't with this shit.
Yeah, so I think that parents who want to homeschool, they got a lot of parents that do want to homeschool that can't afford to stay home. But you got to find a way. You got to sit down and think and find a way to homeschool your kids. Because in actuality, a kid shouldn't have to go to school 8 hours a day anyway. Only America does that. Only in America. In Europe and in certain other countries, it's 3 hours max. 8 hours, and they still can't pass a test in 4 years.
And then they come home with 3 hours worth of homework. Yes. What are they doing in the school all day?
Exactly. You got to teach them at home as well.
Shoot, they don't send them kids with homework no more.
Oh.
What the hell is this, Tyrone Jackson? Gender confusion emanates from a pre-birth body defect? Body deficient?
He's looking to get smacked around. Go up a little higher. The next one. He's trying to get smacked for a troll.
What the hell is he talking about?
Go up to the one where.
Well, I tell you, man, YouTube. It's a lot of lousy people on YouTube, man. They're just miserable. Don't have anything else to do with their lives. Just miserable human beings, man. But anyway, yeah. So I don't want to send my kids. I would never send my kids to these public schools, especially now. Especially now, you can forget about it. I will find a way. If I had a child, I will make sure I find a way to get my child homeschooled. If I had to pay a family member to stay home and homeschool my child while I'm working, that's what I would do. But I would not have my kid in these public schools.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I'm not going to have a zombie come in the house, smoked out, and ain't never smoked any weed or whatever because he's high off of Ritalin. I'm not doing that.
And the crazy thing is, a lot of college students they pop hot Ritalin pills. They call them something different for the college students. Adderall. They do it.
Adderall.
Yeah.
That's basically speed.
I tell you what. I tell you what. I tell you what. If you see Thorazine in the picture, it's a wrap.
That stuff has people drooling.
It's a wrap. That will absolutely destroy the mind of your child. They'll never be right again. They get shot with Thorazine. And it's easy for that to happen, right? Because if they declare your child got ADHD and all this stuff, and, everybody is scared of little black kids now. You can be 40 years old and no disrespect, Callan, but you can be a 40-year-old white person and be scared to death of a 6-year-old black kid.
And that's crazy. It's just flat out insane, Max. It really is.
Death. Oh, I feel like let's shoot him up with Thorazine. Why? He's jumping
There's no
around.
reason for it. There's no reason for it. A kid is the kid. They do what kids do.
No, they don't see our kids that way.
The question is what is... But it's
You know who usually diagnose our kids with these all kinds of crazy diagnoses? School nurses. White
school nurses.
White school nurses. How are you diagnosing? You're not a doctor.
And not only that, a school nurse has a basic understanding of medical diagnosis, but a psychologist is something entirely different. It's something entirely different.
Right. Not a medical doctor.
And the DSM-5 has a lot of stuff in it, and that takes a lot of training to be able to get that.
Well, they took some stuff out. I think it was a DSM. What was it? DSM-3, where they took out the homosexual. Was it mental illness? Was it DSM-3 or 4? Where they took it out. I know it was in there in one of the DSMs. I know it was in there as it was stated. And actually, you know what? It's still a mental illness. They never said it was a mental illness.
And there's something else too, right? That a lot of people are leery of touching on. But it's becoming more and more, to go with this topic.
Hold on one second, Carolyn. Polar, what do you mean this is another race pipping channel? How so? What are we doing that you would consider race pimping?
And by all means, how is homeschool topic versus public school pimping, right?
Exactly, yeah, exactly. How is that race pimping? We're talking about homeschooling.
It's going to be a while before you answer. Truth got him.
Yeah, we're talking about homeschooling our children. No one's talking about race. We're talking about these damn schools fucking our kids over, whether we white or black or whatever.
Besides, I see more white kids with Ritalin than I do black kids. Black parents are leery of any of those drugs, and would try alternate ways.
With good reason, with very good reason.
Right, and you're wondering why these kids are wigging out. Going to shoot up schools.
Right, and that was like I was going to say, right? So there's a leery topic that a lot of people don't want to touch on that's starting to be prevalent. And it's whether or not some of these inoculations, these scheduled inoculations, play any part in any of this. Because there was a big change that happened this year with the regards to the adverse events and an update to that adverse event list. And autism, if I'm not mistaken, has now been added to an adverse event. That's something that's been debated about and argued about and fought about and researched about for well over 15 years. Because autism, yes, it existed prior to 1970, but not to the levels that it does now.
Mm-hmm.
That's a statistical fact.
Yeah.
Plus, I think that when that person touched up on the race topic, sometimes um, we just got to admit that diversity issues do exist in schools. You have Caucasians that come into an area or school that's of a different race. So it could be in the school actually where one person, the teacher, is not the same race as the student, and sometimes you have a interaction issue because that person doesn't understand the student's culture. Okay. For instance, like Caucasian teacher, Black students, they don't quite understand the energy level of Black children and the culture of Black children. Plus, we speak a pidgin language, a pidgin, not a language, but we speak pidgin, African language mixed with the colonist speech, and it's all like a colloquial dialect. Okay, and when we get to the schoolhouse, we're speaking like our family speak, which is pidgin. We call it ebonics. And the Caucasian teacher doesn't understand this. Like, why are you speaking this way? Because the Caucasian school system has set this up. And this is expected of the child who comes from a different culture to speak like the Caucasians, as they say, speak the king's or queen's English. So we have an issue where children are coming from different diverse groups, they might be Mexican, they might be African American.
Filipino,
Yeah, yeah,
Asian,
yeah. And when they get to
Hispanic.
the schoolhouse, it's quite, the teachers are dealing with children who they don't quite relate to because of the language, how they speaking, how they behaving, the energy level. And it's different energy levels for us. Like Black people, we have a high energy level, period. Asians tend to have a very low, um, a very low, quiet, non-confrontive type of thing going on in their culture. They non-confront. They won't do that, and they're very quiet. And then you got Mexicans do it another way. Latinos, you see what I'm saying? It's some issues in there.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And you touched on that perfectly. We had a Filipino math teacher, and he had been in that particular, I think, subject for probably 25 years prior to me having him as a teacher.
Mm-hmm.
And the saying lost in translation definitely, exists, because a lot of the kids in that class did not pass that class just on the basis of trying to keep up with the cadence of his speech, the difference in the pronunciation. Not only that, it's geometry. So, a lot of the kids in that class ended up having to take night school on the basis of, just the cultural difference in the way that he taught, as well as, understanding what he was saying all the way around the board and trying to teach a whole class full of 25 kids.
So it was the DSM-2.
And, speaking towards the homeschool, sorry.
So
going to the homeschool point, at that point, I was in the hospital. Sorry, Max, go ahead.
No, I was just looking at the DSM. It was the second one where they took it out, but it's still, they never declassified it as a mental illness, y'all. It's still classified as a mental illness. They may have taken out a DSM, but they never declassified it as a mental. It's still classified as a mental illness. Okay, so I'm not even sure why people are walking around here pretending that there's nothing wrong with these people. It's mental illness. I don't understand how that's not obvious. You got some fool walking. You got some fool who's 6'5", 290 pounds, walking around here with a blonde wig on, talking about call him Miss. And you don't think that's a mental illness? And he's serious about it?
Okay, so Max, is it also a mental illness when they tell you you can self-identify as anything you want? And you got, for instance,
Yeah,
Rachel Dolezal painting herself up as
yeah,
a mulatto, or what if I was
yeah.
to
What the
act like
hell,
a white woman
man? What the
and
hell, man? What the hell is wrong with her? And she
Or
did that
somebody
shit
saying
for.
that I identify as a unicorn tree person today.
Yo,
I mean, what the hell do you do with that?
how are you that
exactly?
crazy, right? And you come to work, every day like it ain't no big deal. Hey, I'm black. What? I mean, and then you come to work every single day. Like it's no big deal, man. Like, oh man, people, wow, people have taken mental illness to another level, man. Oh yeah, this
Well,
definitely
and that kind
classifies as
of
mental. Huh?
goes with the new category,
You know what, Cal? Let me
right?
ask you a question. I don't mean to jump up.
Go ahead.
Let me ask you a question. I always wanted to ask white woman this, right? Okay, it has to do with swirling and black dudes. Now you got a lot of black, especially on social media. Okay, um, we can give you anywhere from the sissy bims, which is SYSBM. They call themselves Saving Yourself Black Men. I don't know if you ever heard of them. You got Red Pill.
Yes.
These Red Pill rage guys, they hate the
Yes.
hell out of black women. You got the Manosphere, who are a bunch of sissies and perverts. They hate black women as well. And so does the conscious community and RBR too. Now,
I'm
now,
sorry, Max. It's funny.
They hate women, period.
right. So what is your thoughts on guys like woke progressive who says that now
Oh,
he's
God.
black.
Oh, God.
He's black. Okay. He
Do
says
you
that.
really want this answer?
Yeah. I got two questions for you. Woke progressive says that, okay, white culture is better than black culture. That's one. Two. And you got black men who say that black women are the least desired, and they put white women over a pedestal over their own women. How do you feel about that as a white woman?
I think it's
When you see
bullshit.
black guys, when you see black guys putting you up over their own women.
I mean, I don't know what to do with that specifically because, out here in the community, there are very few, as you say, swirlers. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Where I'm at, we're by a Navy base, and there are many, many different cultures that are here, which is why it wasn't a taboo for us to date Asian guys or Filipino guys or, boys in our community, regardless of what their background was. And I never saw any kind of pedestal thing. That's some weird shit that only is here. That's something I've only ever seen here or explained here. It's not reality.
Yeah, these guys.
They're living in some sort of weird reality that it's not represented collectively. It's just not.
You can be 150 years old, white, no hair, no teeth, no nothing, right? And they will still choose you over a black woman. How do you feel about that?
It might be a fetish. It might be a fetish. I don't know. I've never seen a black man put anybody over their own group, ever.
Have you been watching social media?
I have, but that's, like I said, that's something that seems to be some weird thing just here in like the internet.
You got woke progressive does it, even though he married to a black woman.
I don't know that that's even the case, man. With him, that's a whole nother story.
Well, he could be married to a black man who thinks he's a black woman. But anyway, so I noticed his boyfriend got real irate one time when we said something funny about him. He started getting real crazy, like he was about to take his stockings off and strangle us. But anyway, so listen, So you think that it's some kind of mental illness for these guys to hate their own women, to hate the wound that they come out of?
I don't know that it's a mental illness. I think that there's something seriously something that is there.
And then they want to run to you, right?
I can't speak on what it is because I've never met somebody like that. In my real world here, I've never met somebody like that.
Okay, now check this out right now.
Wait. Hold on. Let's ask her, what if white men behave that way?
I've never seen it happen that way either.
Well, here's another thing too that's strange, because the only interaction that black men have had with white women has been disastrous. So I don't understand how all of a sudden this affection, this deep affection for white women comes from. Because when you go back in history, right, the interaction with black men to white women has always resulted in either death or some other kind of crazy tragedy. So I'm not even sure where this love for you is coming from. And I'm not getting on you. I'm just saying I know. Right?
I know. No, and I get it, right? It doesn't make sense historically. But I think we're in a different reality. People are more laid back and more accepting. You know, people love who they love. It doesn't necessarily mean that there's some sort of self-hate or something like that going on, or hate anywhere.
Right, but let me go back to Ms. Chantel's question. That's curious. How would you feel about white men putting black women over you?
Right.
It doesn't bother me. It doesn't bother me. You love who you want to love.
No, but check this out, right? They're saying things like this too. Oh, you're the least desired. 4 out of 5 white women are overweight. Right. Nobody wants you. Right. You are masculine. You are the ugliest woman in the world. And then they're also inciting violence against you. They don't care about the kids you have. None of that. How you feel about that?
I think it's a cultural war. It's a war being propagated on black people as a whole. It's a war that's been put on black people as a whole to basically.
You're not saying it from your perspective. If that was to happen, where white men was behaving like this, what would you think about them? Would you think that something is wrong with them?
I wouldn't know.
What would you think?
It just meant the men love who they want to love.
Okay, so I'm trying to get you to put your foot in another person's a black woman's shoe.
I can't. I get you.
Yeah. I'm trying to. So I'm saying, if you were in that position where you heard white men doing the things like saying awful things about the wounds they come from, getting on airwaves, criticizing them in comedy, TV, music, disrespecting them like crazy, uplifting other races of women over white women, hollering white power, but with anything but a white woman, with anybody but a white woman. You see, I'm trying to get you to see it from that perspective.
No, I get you. No, and I absolutely get you. It's hurtful. So it's painful, and it would create all of the things that it has. It creates the sense of, pain. Just that's the only word that I can find. Pain.
If these are your soldiers who are to protect the white community, but this is their behavior. These are your soldiers. Who's going to protect the white women if white men don't? You're left unprotected. These men are inciting violence on you as their women. That is insane. That's like they have lost touch with reality. But I think you're saying it from a white lady perspective, because you keep saying that people love who they love. But I'm trying to get you to really understand, like, wait, put your feet.
No. And I do. Yeah. I do. I get what you're saying. And I get why women are saying, okay, well, if you guys don't want anything to do with us, we'll go over here. I get that.
Mm-hmm.
I absolutely get that.
What would you do as a white woman if your men behaved like that? Would you just swirl, or would you just what would you do?
I mean, you do what you can, do what you want to do whatever's healthiest for you. At the end of the day, whatever's healthiest, whatever makes you feel loved, whatever makes you feel cherished and valued, what makes you feel heard, what makes you feel safe, whatever makes you feel human, you know?
Now, check this one out. Now, society in racial groups, we operate as groups. I mean, that's just a normal thing, right? We operate as groups, and we have to build with each other our own communities because there's a lot of people that don't want to live around other races, not just black and white issues, but they got a lot of people just want to live among their own and build for their own communities where they can have something to be proud of in their own communities. You see what I'm saying? So,
Mm-hmm.
far as group economic, group building, I'm talking race group when I say group economics and group building. I mean, your group wouldn't be um, building for Caucasian communities anymore. You guys would kind of be just like, non you wouldn't have anything to be proud of. All of that's going to play an issue on you as a Caucasian female if your men is behaving this way. It does have an effect on you as a group. You see what I'm saying? I know it is complicated.
Absolutely. No, and I
It's a
get that.
headache. It's a whole
No,
headache.
no, no, no,
Yeah.
no. I get that, right?
Hmm.
I get that, right?
Hmm.
But I think that's the crazy part too, is there's a lot that's not ever put on the front street for people to see.
Hmm.
There are a lot of healthy families that are out here. There are a lot of families that are being built, within communities. Are any of them portrayed? Hell no. Are any of them lifted up on a daily basis? Hell no. Why? Because negativity creates money. If
Mm.
negativity did not create money, then Jerry Springer would not have been a thing. If negativity and some sort of drama or dysfunction did not create money, then soap operas wouldn't be a thing.
Hmm.
And that, I think, is the biggest part of what plays into a lot of this,
Mm.
is that healthy is not promoted.
Hmm.
Healthy is not promoted and portrayed in the same ways. And that is so detrimental. It's detrimental to kids everywhere to not see a healthy portrayal of what they experience.
Hmm.
If the only options that they're given are unhealthy options, whether it's food, whether it's, a group of friends, whether it's, homeschool or public school, whatever it is, whatever it may be, if unhealthy is the only choice that they're given, then that's going to be inevitably, unless something in them says, no, I'm not going to take unhealthy choices anymore, then they're going to make that bridge and go out of that unhealthy on their own. Does that make sense?
Um, yeah, but it's a little bit more deeper than I guess than I can see, and plus you're not of our race, so I don't expect you to quite understand how what I'm saying. Um, but I get where you're coming from. Yeah, I get where you're coming from.
No, and I get it. I get it.
Yeah, it's really deeper for our culture because you talking our history plays a big part in the behavior. So it's not
Right.
it's a reason behind that negative energy and behavior that's coming out. There's reasons behind it. It's not just people that decide to be ignorant and foolish and self-hating against their fellow brothers. It's a reason behind that
Are you
behavior.
are you
Hmm.
speaking towards like generational? Are you
Yes,
speaking towards like generational curse and stuff like
yes,
that?
yes, I am. Yeah,
I got you.
it's a heavy. it's a mental thing. You know, people still suffering with what they call it, uh, post traumatic, the post traumatic issues of slavery. Oh yes, people still struggling with assimilating. A lot of us don't want to assimilate into Caucasian culture. So we're known as, when we fight against that, we're known as haters and people that's full of hatred and stuff like that. When they hear the message of black unity, I don't say black power, but I say black unity. They are, that comes off as, oh, you don't want to, you know, bridge the gap and get in line. And I think all cultures are to have respect for one another. You see what I'm saying? I don't think you should have to be black acting. You shouldn't have to be white acting. You shouldn't have to act like a Mexican. I think every culture is beautiful and they should respect each other's culture and not expect somebody to be who you are. You see what I'm saying? So we still fighting against stuff like that. It's very deep, and like I said, I don't expect you to quite understand that because it goes very deep. Hello, anybody? Oh, I'm not looking at the screen. So is anybody there? Yeah, I didn't mean to put that on you. I think your name was conspiracy theory or something like that, because that's pretty heavy for you as a person that's not of the same race as I. It's quite heavy to understand where I'm coming from. It's like asking you to understand um, the things that Black people deal with every day, from um, the racial issues that we go in the stores, we're followed, and all that kind of stuff. And you're not going to understand that. Am I up here alone? Hello.
Hey. All right. All right.
I'm sorry, I fell off. No, I heard a lot of what you said. My internet signal just went wonky on me for a minute. No, and I get you, right? There's a lot of things that, are different, right?
Yes.
And it plays a big part in someone's entire mental buildup. And they are different, I see that, I get that.
Yeah.
The I don't even know how to put this. So the best way to kind of give you a little bit of an insight is, my mom's best friend or her best friends were a couple. And
I'm
it was
sorry,
a
hold on
black
one second,
couple.
Kat. 1 second.
Go ahead.
Dang,
Uh-huh.
are you awake?
Yeah, uh-huh.
Okay, answer your phone. Okay, go ahead, ladies.
Okay.
Sorry. But my mom's best friends were a black couple that had kids. And they ended up being my godparents. So I grew up in multicultural homes. My home, and for all intents and purposes, my sister's home. So I learned very quickly the differences in her reality and my reality. And when we were in school together, there were only a handful of black children in that school. And this was the early 80s. And I mean, it broke my heart to fight with her with other kids because of how they treated her. She had an instance where other kids basically ganged up on her and cut her hair and spat on her. And we both sat collectively, bruised up, bleeding, in the principal's office. And our mothers took us out after that to get ice cream. Because we stood up for each other. I stood up for her. That's what you do for family.
And you said she was black?
Yes.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
So I learned very early, very, very early, the different experiences that are had.
Yeah.
And I mean, I can't put it into words, but the best way is to say is I understand enough, right? And that maybe that's all I can say is that I understand enough, but it's never going to be the same experience, right? It's just not.
Right.
But I get where you're coming from and I understand
Mm-hmm.
because the world is seemingly attacking people for nothing that they have either brought on themselves or chose, other than the circumstances of the parents that they were born to. That shit is not fair, it's ungodly, and it's inhuman. And it's something that should not be borne by anybody.
Mm-hmm.
Anybody.
Yeah. And it's all over. It's all across the board, actually. Because if white kids came into an all black school, they're gonna have some issues as well. Culture difference, they're gonna have issues, and you know, it's like I was talking about that diversity earlier. Diverse issues. They're gonna have some issues. If a Muslim kid come in, they may have issues. It's yeah.
And it's hard. It is hard. And
Mhm.
you know, there are generational traumas that have never been addressed
Mhm.
and that are monumental pieces of an identity that's shared collectively.
Mhm.
And there's nothing that I can say that's going to even come close to it, to understanding fully what this is.
Yeah, and who don't we don't get to hear a lot of their opinions on the history of their people and how they feel today that's affected them and their children today. Um, we don't get to hear a lot about the natives because the natives were first enslaved in this country, and today the issues that they're having, it goes all the way back into those days of slavery up to this point. It still
Hmm.
affects their people, even my people. All of that stuff still affects our people because things haven't really changed. It hasn't really changed. They have tried to incorporate diversity and all those kinds of things, but like I had said earlier, um, when you have, let's put it like this here, Jews, they don't put their kids in other people's care to teach their kids Jewish culture, Jewish history, the Jewish way. They teach their own kids. They have Jewish schools for their kids. Not only will the
Hmm.
Jewish kids end up in public environments, that's because that's what their parents chose for them. But they have the option of saying, my kid, I don't want them to be exposed to all of no craziness. I'm gonna put them in a Jew school so they can know and love who they are. We
Hmm.
all gotta know and love who we are. So yeah, the back to what I was saying about the natives, we rarely hear them speaking about their issues, current issues today, which goes all the way back into slavery. And it's affecting them to this day. What they call it, post-traumatic syndrome disorder? It's
Post traumatic stress disorder.
Hmm.
it's affecting them to this day, same as African Americans. You hear us more because I think we're very just a outspoken people. We're very outspoken. But they too have those issues. I don't know if you guys are aware of what's going on the native tribal lands and stuff. Oh, it's a lot of suffering. Oh yeah,
Absolutely.
it is.
I've got a friend that
Yeah.
actually grew up in a Lakota res up
Hmm.
in North Dakota.
Hmm.
And she speaks specifically of the fact that culturally they lost so much, right? And that's a shared experience with both groups. They lost so much culturally, and certainly during the 80s, it was a very common practice for the kids to grow up in the community. And when they got older, they would go out and they would go to, these other places, typically for education or, to learn trades and things like that. And then they would come back to the community and they wouldn't know how to function because they've lost a lot of their community grasp on how families are supposed to work, on how, and this is going to address all of your points. They've lost a lot of their foundations on how families are supposed to work, how they're supposed to raise their children, how to assimilate back into that cultural belief system. And one of the things that was found to be very detrimental for a lot of the Native communities, they found is that, the governments in the counties would allow for, liquor stores and things like that to be very close proximity to their reservations. And when you have that kind of trauma that exists within an entire group of people, and then you add in other things, specifically insidious things, it continues to breed something else. What it ends up doing is fostering a dependence on something that is not going to help them cope with anything. It inherently destroys those communities. And even to this day, because my friend became a nurse and she's dealt specifically with the Native communities. And one of the things that used to upset her that ended up ultimately being the reason why she quit being a nurse was that there were impacts of fetal alcohol syndrome that were being untreated in the community. Because the parents didn't understand what those effects were doing to their children. And in losing that sense of communal, the community, they have a word specifically meaning that everybody, whether you are Native or not, if you grew up in that res, you're family. They have a specific word for that. It means whether you're a cousin, whether you're a neighbor, whether you're someone that's, a block away, you're still family. It doesn't matter. And that's something that was lost within a lot of the Black community, particularly because, and this is something a lot of people just don't understand or just aren't making the connection, right? Is that family, there is probably more family in this country that isn't known, just on the instance of what happened to Black Americans in this country. The same with the Native communities. The difference is they kept them specifically, parceled out into these little clusters of land that were inherently either, just garbage land that they couldn't grow anything, and they were unhealthy. So there was never a sense of cohesiveness within the community. And one of the things that really upset her was the fact that she would consistently have to go to homes to retrieve suicide victims, because they could never overcome this collective identity loss. And that's exactly what it is. It's a loss of identity. And I mean, if you go into everything that has been done from the reclassifications of name, the way that the government considered people, you know, in censuses, there's so much to this. There really is. But it all plays a part, right? One of the biggest detriments that they themselves have self-described is being told consistently, you have an enemy. And the enemy is the cause of everything. How do you ever combat that? How do you escape that? If there's this big, shadowy, unknowable enemy, how do you begin to get over that? It creates a sense of hopelessness within that community. And that's one of the biggest reasons why these kids, young kids, teenagers, young adults were literally going into their basements and committing suicide. You know, parents were consistently harming their children to the point of death because they just lost all of that community sense of how, you know, all of the women would collectively take turns raising everybody's kids. You know, there was never a sense of, you know, not having attention. And it took basically a figurehead, I guess is the best way to put him. The group was called AIM. And AIM came into a lot of these communities and essentially profiteered off of the communities and never put anything back into the communities. And what ended up happening was, you know, they disappeared. They had their little social justice moment and collectively disappeared with all of the profits from the movement that they were trying to build to bring some sort of equity back into these communities. Because the system that the government puts them in on these, you know, they get, you know, an allotted check for whatever it is, doesn't account for times where the local community shopping centers or the jobs or whatever it is might be 40 miles outside of their particular reservation. And if the money is the same every month, it doesn't account for things happening within the external community. And they're not by and large, they're not doing better unless they go out of that community. And essentially they keep part of their heritage, but they've assimilated. And it's sad to see something like that happen, for them to feel like that's their only way. Because there's other tribes that have been able to go by a specific model, particularly the Zuni tribe, to go by a specific model, and they've gotten themselves to where they're growing their own food. They've gotten out of buying all of this, you know, processed crap that was making them sick. They had, you know, 2 or 3 hours during the day where they would go out collectively as a group, as the whole community, and they'd go out and they'd exercise and run and walk and whatever. And their health got better. And they began to build back some of the pieces that they lost. So, I mean, there's such a small percentage of the community as a whole, but there are many, many people out there. And, you know, the consistent reinforcement, I think, is what a lot of them feel in some of these tribes, was one of the biggest detriments to them. Let me mute up because apparently it's a busy night. Sorry. But
Hey.
that's just one person, and that's just
Mm-hmm.
one experience from her community. So,
Yeah.
I
Mm-hmm.
mean, I don't know if that helps at all.
Okay. Well, let's see. Well, okay. Yeah, we do have that part in common with them, that their culture was tried to be stripped from them, but they still able to retain parts of it. Ours was totally stripped away. We came from multiple ancestors came from multiple cultures, language, um, um, identity of themselves as a tribe or as a group was stripped away. They've been and remodeled and remade into black by the color of our skin.
Right. And
Mhm,
there's no country. No country that is identified that way, right?
mhm,
There's no specific country.
mhm,
It's a continent. And each continent has its own group and countries.
mhm.
And that's a very insidious thing that was done to strip away that tie, if you will.
Yeah, it was part of the process to break us into slavery, to distance us as being people and human beings. You know, because human beings have tribes and people and loved ones. No, they try to make us into animals and products uh and 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 so I'm trying to currency. That's what I said. Currency. Okay. Oh, shooks. We went way out the mark. Shooks. We way from homeschool. Might as well skip on to, well, I don't know if any of y'all has been watching the news or anything, but the Kango kid um has has passed away. To was it wait a minute, let me see the time change. Okay, today. Um Now some of you younger people do not know who the Kango kid is. He was part of a group called UTFO, and also he wrote music for another rap group called Full Force. Most people who do know him because of a song. He a rap battle with the song called Roxanne Roxanne, and I'm gonna play a little bit of it because we got some of the age group that, hey, they have no clue who I'm talking about. Okay, now this is the song that he was famous for. I'm gonna play a little. Now, that was his part of the song Roxanne Roxanne. It started a beef battle between him and female rapper Roxanne Roxanne. They call it the Roxanne Wars. Anyway, so he died today. He was fighting colon cancer. He was in the fourth stages of colon cancer, and he did not win the fight. For those of us who remember this song, give him a tribute and to remember him. You about to pull out your Adidas and your Kango? Yeah, yeah. Let's see. So let's see. Did I put it? Okay, this is the Kango kid. As you can see, he's wearing one of the Kangos that he was known for. He put Kangos on the map. You might want to go a little bit further back. Truth is, he's part of UTFO. The name of the song is Roxanne Roxanne. This is like 19. Ooh, wait a minute. I kind of forgot myself. 1970. I think it was like 1978 or early 80s.
I think it was early 80s.
Yeah.
Don't quote me, but I'm pretty sure it was early 80s.
Oh, I wish her son was still here in the chat. He would know more of the details. I have to be honest. I was more interested in the battle between him and Roxanne because Roxanne was the first female rapper I heard.
Yes, ma'am.
And so I was more interested in it because of her. But because I was interested in her, I had to hear it. Hey, it was a beef. It was a battle, and they would go back and forth. They would have an album.
If
Yeah.
I remember the story, nobody could beat her.
Yeah. Yeah, I just played the Kango Kids version. They all four guys had, their own say and what they were. He was the Kango Kid, and the one after him, shucks, I forgot. He was supposed to be the educated brother. Uh, so yeah,
Very, very
and
interesting. You bring up the Kango Kid.
hmm
I remember when UTF first came out. Okay, this is what I tell people how our music used to be very, very good. Even our rap music was good. Even our rap music was positive. I came from an environment that wasn't filled with hatred. Hatred wasn't in our music. Even with rap songs like this, you didn't hear hatred. What you heard was skill. What you heard was creative lyrics. Now, some of the lyrics may sound goofy to y'all today
hmm
because you have all of these lyrical geniuses out here today who are doing nothing with their talents but creating, a cesspool of hatred. Okay, but guys like this, you probably wouldn't call a lyrical genius today, but back then he was.
hmm
But the lyrics were much different back then. They were positive lyrics. They were about something. Like for example, play that whole song, Dan. I
Oh,
want you
okay.
guys to listen. I want you guys to listen to these lyrics. And I'm gonna say something once the song is over. Play the song. Now, let me point something out, right? Okay. He thought the girl was stuck up, all right? So he walked down the street, he said hello, he introduced himself, right? She didn't want to be bothered. So you know what he did? Instead of cussing her out, calling her all kinds of B's and shit, he tried to sell himself to her. That's what it is, people. You have to win her heart. You understand? Women were the prize back then. We loved our women back then. We didn't hate our women. All right? And so if you got rejected, okay, fine. No sweat off the old Kango, right? You come back, you try to sell yourself to win the woman's heart. That's what it was about. That was fun. That was called being a man. Nobody fell apart and developed some kind of unhealthy, seething anger for women. Nobody did anything like that.
It was courtship.
Right. And the lyrics now, I want you to pay attention to how he responded to it. Look how positive he responded to it in these lyrics. Go ahead, play it, Dane. Now stop it. Now you look at the way he did the lyrics, right? It went from him being rejected to him talking the way boys would talk around each other. Oh man, if I was grand, I would bang Roxanne. That's the way boys talk about girls when they're not around us, right? You always talk about who you want to go to, who you want to sleep with or whatever. That was normal for us back then, but it wasn't hatred. It wasn't, oh, she's the bane of our existence. Or like I heard some fool say a couple of weeks ago that she is the greatest threat to the health and well-being of a man. We didn't think like that. This was the challenge for us. This was something to prove our manhood, trying to win the hand or the heart of a woman that was hard to get. If you ended up with that woman that was hard to get, man, you was the man. That was a serious ego booster. That's what made it worthwhile pursuing women. For the big ego boost. Play it, Dan. Now, here's something else too, right? Now he's talking to his boys. Hey, man, she dropped me. I couldn't get it. Now you notice his boy didn't come in and say, "Hey, man, f that hoe. Go kill her and her kids. Why don't you go be with other men? Start loving men, hate women." He didn't say anything like that. What he said was, "Hey, man, you went about it with no experience. You didn't know what you was doing. Okay, she ain't gonna mess with a guy like you anyway. Check this out. I'm gonna show you how to get it done." That's the way we talked to each other back then. We also taught each other. Okay? We didn't teach each other to hate women. Okay, you went up to, you shot your shot, you failed. Okay, homeboy, let me tell you how you failed. You screwed up here and here and here. Now let me tell you how to get it done. Now let me show you how to get it done. That's what it was about. It wasn't about no damn hatred.
He also
Right.
referred to her as something desirable as well, that
Right.
he could grasp within his hand, something that was nourishing,
Right,
something that would feed him.
Yeah, I appreciate the you're throwing me off a little bit, okay? Play it, Dan. Did it skip? Dang. Did it skip?
No, sorry. Computer slip.
All right, anyway, okay, and so now you notice that you didn't hear the B word, right? Because brothers didn't talk like that back then. Only pimps talk like that. And pimps hated women. Regular guys didn't talk like that. We wouldn't talk. We still came out of an era where our families were intact, and we were not taught to talk like that. We would talk like if you couldn't say it around your mother, you didn't say it. If you couldn't talk to your mother that way, you didn't talk to a woman that way. We didn't talk like that. We didn't call women bees. That's not the way we were taught. You only heard that from pimps. Pimps talk like that. That's why some guys got caught up in admiring pimps because they can talk to women like that. You know what I'm saying? That was one of the ways that pimps can get the attention of young boys because they saw them as guys greater than their father. Man, he can talk to a woman any kind of way he want. He ain't gonna get in trouble, right? They called her stuck up Roxanne. They didn't call her B Roxanne or whole Roxanne or strag. Stuck up, meaning she was hard to get. Stuck up didn't mean she was a B. It didn't mean she was a loser. It didn't mean that she was the worst. It just now stop. Now you see that? After all of that, he shot his shot and she still rejected him. Did you hear him say she's a B or she's a hoe or anything like that? No. It was a part of the game. That's the way it was played back then. Nobody had any hard feelings or anything like that. We lived to fight another day. Okay, our game didn't work today. Let me fix it, sharpen it up, and lay it on her tomorrow. Okay? Now I'm gonna do one more record and then I'm gonna stop with it, okay? Now I want you to get Spoonie G Love Rap. Okay? Let me know when you got that hook. When you got that. Now when I tell you I grew up in a time where men love women, black men love women, right? It was all in our music, even in the rap music. We didn't have rap music banging in our ear that was talking about selling drugs, killing women, not paying child support for kids, calling women bees, all out their names. We didn't have any of that. And like I said, we didn't even talk like that. Our parents didn't raise us to call women bees and hoes. Again, that's something you heard the pimps saying. A regular young black man wasn't talking like that because he knew he'd get an ass whooping from his parents. We were taught differently. We were taught respect. Something that people call simping today. So if you respect a woman today, you're a simp. If you don't have a filthy mouth when you talk to a woman, you're a simp. Mm-hmm. If you're not calling a woman B, calling her a B, calling her out of her name, disrespecting her, you're a simp. So what we were taught in our households, respect for women And again, I still go by today. If you can't say it around your mama, you didn't say it. If you didn't talk to your mother like that, you didn't talk to another woman like that. And your mother would tell you, I don't want to hear about you going out here bad mouthing women. I'm going to knock your mouth off. So you didn't want to disrespect mama, right? So you went out there and you was on your P's and Q's. You didn't even curse around girls. You said things like, man, bunk that. You didn't say fuck that. Excuse my French girls. You didn't say fuck that or you didn't even talk. You said, man, bunk that. Shoo. Man, forget it. You didn't even say curse words. Now you can sit up here and say that's corny, and you can say those guys were corny, but many of those guys grew up to be very, very good and decent guys who have happy marriages that they're still into today. Never raised their hand to their women, and their wives are happy, and they raise children successfully. I come out of that era, I'm still happily married. Okay? So you can call us simps, but that's how we got down. We didn't even curse around women. Dame would tell you, I don't even like saying curse words around women, because that's what I was taught. You know?
Mm-hmm.
I'll cuss a dude out in a minute because guys are different. But even when we were having conversations amongst ourselves as men, when a woman stepped in the room, you changed your behavior. Why? Because there was a lady present. That's what we were taught. That is what's no longer taught today. That is one of the things that are missing from the teachings of these young boys today. Okay, then you got the song?
Yeah, I got the song.
All right. Now listen, this is rap music, y'all. Compare this to what you hear today. This is what we were listening to. Play it. Pushing down the street, and I seen a fine girl that made me shiver and shake. Then I blew my horn and she turned her head, right? This is the essence of trying to win a woman's hand or heart, right? The hand for another date, the heart for a relationship. And we loved this. We loved selling ourselves. We loved it. We loved getting the woman to believe in us. That's what we were taught. You had to go out and compete. You had to go out and sell yourself. She was the prize. You had to go out and present yourself to this woman, present the best you, but make sure you were always genuine. Don't go out there and try to be something you're not. Play it. And let me tell you something about that, right? Okay, so now you're listening to a situation where he met a girl. She was nice looking. Okay, she got into the car. She recognized who he was, right? They hit it off. And then it got sexual real quick, right? And so when they got to the crib, he said the first thing she said, let's have a child. What did he say? What was his response? No, baby. I only have time to make a lot of money and to say my rhymes. He didn't lead the girl on. He was honest with her. No, I don't want to have a child. See, a lot of you guys, you lead these women on. You don't say anything. You know you don't want any kids, but you engage in raw sex anyway. And then when you get pregnant, then when she gets pregnant, you try to act like you don't want to have anything to do with it. You were never upfront with her to begin with. He let her know, when she said, let's have a child, he said, no. I'm not ready to be a father. This is a responsible adult. I don't want to be a father. I'm not ready to be a father. He didn't sugarcoat anything. He didn't lead her astray. And this is before they had sex. So he didn't wait till after sex and say, no, I don't want to be a father after she done got pregnant. He told her before they had sex, hey, I don't want to be a father. This is a responsible adult, and this is the type of stuff we was taught. We were taught to be responsible. You didn't lie to women, okay? You didn't cheat women. You were upfront. Hey, look, I can't do this. You see, back then it was okay to say that you couldn't do something. A lot of you guys today think you're strong by always trying to tell a woman that you can do everything when you can't. And then when you fail, you look stupid. And then a woman thinks that you're disingenuous or thinks that you're a liar or deceitful. Simply because you're trying to be somebody you're not. If you cannot do something, you cannot do it. Something wrong with saying you can't do something. We were upfront with women. Hey, if I can do it, I can do it. For example, if she says, "Can you take me out to Mickey D's?" Okay, and the average Happy Meal was what, $6, and you got $2.50 in your pocket. What you gonna do? What you gonna say? Yeah, baby, I can. And then get her over there, and she get a meal, and it's like $7. You only got $2.50, and she expecting you to pay, and you come out your pocket with $2.50, and then you had to know to ask her, can she cover the rest? I'm just telling you something on a very small scale, right? But it happens on a major scale all the time. This is what ends up, ruining relationships with women. These small things that get blown into big things because you guys are dishonest. Play a little bit more with it, Damon, then we'll stop it. Okay, that's what we listen to. Okay, scenarios in our situations that not only taught us to love women, but taught us how to deal with women in certain situations. He also, in this song, right, he was teaching. He was teaching of what you do when you get a girl who's only out for money and how you handle that and the things you should and shouldn't do. So our music not only taught us how to love women, but it taught us how to deal with women. This is the type of music that we grew up on. And it had a profound effect on us. This is why you don't see anybody in my generation, unless he's some kind of kook, walking around here hating women. We love women. We're very comfortable with women. We don't have a problem with women. We don't have a problem being rejected. We understand that that's a part of the natural process. Every woman is not going to accept you. But when that happens, we don't use that as an excuse to lose our minds and have a psychotic episode. So that's all I wanted to say. It's just, something that brought me up on the panel and I just wanted to talk about. Yeah, okay. Dan.
All right. Truth is, that was Spoonie G, and the name of the song is Love Rap. I guess he wants to go hear the whole song. All right. Let's see. Koja, I know she's old, but Ciroc has some good songs. Soul had a few rap songs. Oh yeah. All right. So we went from the Kango Kid to Spoonie G. And let's see. Oh, let me take that down. So that's another one of our icons gone before its time.
It's a shame that I'm back. It's a shame that we went from, our music, preaching love to women and teaching us game on how to deal with women properly to, music that preaches absolute hatred towards women and love for men. These dudes are making rap songs about loving each other. You got fools out here walking around in dresses. You don't believe me? Dame, shotgun almost, please. Full screen.
Okay. All right.
Got fools walking around here in dress, mini skirts and shit, mini dresses. Fools. Okay? Look at that. Fuck is that? What the fuck is that? A masculine female? What the hell is that? A dominant female? That's a man dressed like that, y'all. And this is what black women have to deal with today. This is why I say it's unfair to compare the black women today to the black women of the old school. It's not a fair comparison. It's a no contest. Because the black women back in those days had strong men. They had what the black women today don't have. They had strong family-oriented men back then. Men who didn't have a problem taking care of their kids. Men who didn't have a problem taking care of kids that didn't even belong to them. Men who watched over the community, who provided, who protected. The black woman had an abundance of black men like that back then. That's why she's different. The black woman today don't have that. This is what you have. Ultra alpha feminine black males. Let me say that one more time. Ultra alpha feminine black males. What is an alpha feminine black male? A black male who thinks and believes that he is a dominant black woman. That's what the term alpha feminine means. It is my own term that I came up with, and it is my own definition. Now, it is still open to interpretation. I would like to try to get it into the dictionary or the encyclopedia. I would love people to contribute to the definition, analyze the term alpha feminine male and really think about it. And please add definition to it. Hopefully we can get about 10. What's that?
Where you get the ultra from?
His appearance.
Oh, okay.
Ultra is not really attached to it, okay? The term by itself is alpha feminine male.
Okay.
And the male can be black male, it can be an Asian male. That's why we just left that as alpha feminine male. A male that thinks he is a dominant woman. Okay? And it's open for interpretation. We would love people to add to really analyze the term and add more definition to it. Okay? But this is what black women have today. This is what so-called masculinity looks like today. This dude is wearing a mini dress. Yeah.
Well, it's funny that you mentioned that because if I'm not mistaken, I think in China they actually banned feminine men from not social media, but the TV and stuff like that.
Yeah, because it's weak. It's counterproductive. They need to do that over here.
And they have no mechanical skills.
No. This dude here, has a speech impediment, but he teaches people. Yeah.
I mean,
Be careful, you keep laughing. You're going to bring out the video so you can hear it.
Look, he got receipts. He approved that already.
Yeah. And so, and Rodney, you know what I'm talking about, man. Back in the day, you're around my generation, you know what I'm saying? Back in the day, we didn't get that.
No, man, you didn't
like
get that,
this.
man. That's
what the hell is this?
You open a door for a lady.
It's an attack on the black male.
Truth be told, the stuck-up girl was that's how you knew how sharp your game was. That's how you knew if you could get her attention. If you could just make her call your name.
That's right.
Did she call?
You were the man.
You were the man.
You were the man. That's right. You were the man. Stuck up didn't mean she was a P or she was O. It just meant that it was going to take some work to get her.
Now I got a question. I got a question for you. What was the first image of the single mother? It hit me today because I was watching.
The first image of the single mother would be the Virgin Mary.
No, on TV.
On TV, the first image of the single mother would be. Whoa. Let me think about that one. The first image of a single
I saw it today and it hit me. I was like, oh wow. I saw like 3 or 4 episodes.
Single mother. What's her name? The one with the rerun in the morning.
There you go. There you go. That's the first image.
Damn. Forgot the name of it. I know you're talking about the one with rerun. Raj. Yeah, what's happening? Yeah,
And when I looked at the episodes, I just studied the mother. And I'm like, wow, if you go back and watch the episodes, don't look at it study the mother. Study her attitude. Look at her attitude. Look at how she treated the kids.
Mm-hmm.
Now, looking in a deeper way. This is what we're going through today.
Mm-hmm.
It hit me. I was like, oh man. Because before then, there was none.
And you know what I hated though? They promoted the psychology behind it, okay? The pathology of the psychology behind it, right? They promoted her. She was extremely happy to be single. You notice that?
Right.
She was an extremely happy woman to be single with children. I didn't like that. She was extremely happy.
Right.
You know, there was no man in the house other than her son. And she was very, very happy to be a single mother. I didn't like that. I thought that sent a very powerful negative psychological message.
And what was the main thing that the main thing that pleases her? What was the main thing that satisfied her?
Her children, right? Money, yeah.
She was always sticking money in her bosom.
Yeah. I didn't like that.
Wow.
Yeah, they started on this. They started on this a long time ago.
This was like 80, 79, 80.
Yeah. And they made it comfortable for women to be single mothers.
Yeah.
You know, this was the psychological trip. Look how happy she is. She don't need no man. Look how happy she is. You know? And I think that's ultimately what happened to Good Times, right? When they got rid of John Imus. Yeah. You know. So it was you know, the psychological trip there, man. And this is what black women have to deal with today. This is the same guy that said the most dangerous thing to the health of a black man's the most dangerous thing to a black man's health and well-being today is a black woman. Hey, get this clown off the screen, Dan.
Okay.
That's what he said.
At the end of the day, you have to look at accountability. See, we throw it around so easy. As just like when you said about masculinity, I had to think about that. I ain't never heard my daddy say he was a masculine man.
No. We don't talk like that, Rodney. We never talk like that. We never had to even use that term. That was a term women used. Women used that term when it was because you know we all worked out, we had muscles, and you know, Cat wanted to give up a couple of fine women coming down the street. He'll put some baby oil on his gun to do a couple of push-ups and shit.
All right, man. Where did that come from?
It came from gay dudes. They took it from women. That's a term that women use to describe our physical features. Oh, he's masculine, girl. Look how masculine he looks. I heard women say that a lot. That's a feminine term used by women. We never even tried, never had to describe myself as masculine. I never even thought about it like that. Then you come on fucking social media, you got all these flames talking about some masculinity. What?
Like I said, I've been on YouTube almost 2 years since, well, the thing that started going around. And that's where I started hearing all these terms. I'm like, okay, oh, okay. So it's like a new word every day I hear.
Yeah, man, it is, man. It's sad because I feel sorry for the black woman today because the black men today are some of the sorriest crop I've ever seen, man. And you got guys like Kevin Samuels always trying to compare the black woman today to the black woman of the old school. You can't compare them. It's no comparison.
You can't compare. There's no comparison at all.
Yeah, because the black woman back then, she had the man with her. Right. She had the man with her. The black woman today don't have a shot in hell. She ain't got no man around her. She got these effeminate, fake, alpha booty bandits. I mean, these guys who are more feminine than her, challenging her femininity, wearing women's apparel. I mean, do I have to put up Mary in the boots?
Oh, we good. We're good. We're good.
Yeah.
Part of the reason for that is they're trying to replace her.
Mm-hmm.
And we don't think that's psychotic. I mean, everybody thinks that that's a normal way of thinking. I mean, we're not saying that they're crazy or anything. Nobody's trying to put them in a nut house or put them in a straight jacket or anything like that. What happens to the straight jacket? They don't make them anymore?
If the man don't need the lady and the lady don't need the man, how do you reproduce?
I'm still okay.
That's the point.
I'm trying to figure out what happened to the straight jacket in the padded cell. They don't use that anymore.
They cut the budget for the straight jacket and the.
I mean, back in our day, you was acting crazy. Somebody would call the county on you, and they show up with a little a truck and jump you and put you in a straight jacket and take you off to the nut house. We need to bring that back. The crazy ass people out here talking about you're gonna replace women. You'll never replace a woman.
Shucks, they trying to rest in their femininity. New word, right?
I keep trying to tell these fools when I do my gym culture, you need to stop following these dumb behind dudes who are telling you that you'll never ever, you will never replace a woman, and you will never be as good as the real thing. Men will always pursue women. There's nothing you can do to stop it. It will never stop. Men will always pursue women. You will never get what you want. And even if somehow, let's just humor you for a second. Let's just say you did get what you want, right? And we start losing our women left and right? Guess what's going to happen? A lot of us are going to become extremely angry and homicidal. And guess who we're going to go after first? We're coming after you.
You're already starting to see it. You're starting to see it.
Yeah, be like.
Well, there's a bigger agenda to it too.
Mm-hmm.
The agenda seems, and it has been for years, right, is some of the highest abduction rates go into the black community, and it's young black women. And there's a lot of information that's been dug out where they've been harvesting wombs. Why? To replace the females.
I heard that they had some dude with a synthetic womb give birth or something like that. Did y'all hear about that?
That was a trans man.
A trans
and
man?
That's the agenda right there.
Mm-hmm.
What is a trans man? What is that?
That's a man. Okay, that's a biologically born female felt that she was a male, had the sexual reassign and transform into a man. But her and her her wife wanted a baby. The wife could not carry the baby. She still had, I mean, she still had her womb. So artificially inseminated, and she gave birth.
And that's where you come with this crazy assignments of this, non-conformity stuff, right?
First of all,
the non-conformity. Yeah, the non-conformity stuff is where you get these weird terms. Happy birthing person day. No, happy Mother's Day.
And we're supposed to pretend that they aren't crazy.
If you are born a man, my opinion, without medical surgery, you'll never have a child. Because when a woman's body changes when she's pregnant, don't her hips spread? Your hips not gonna, yo, not formed for that. No, your body's not built for that.
You can't even endure the pain. The pain will kill you. Like you're trying to tell guys, women are ridiculously strong.
Who?
Way stronger than us. Just because they ain't got, biceps and triceps like we do, I'm trying to tell you, they are immensely strong.
Yeah.
I think they're harder bust.
Yeah, we wouldn't be able to. I think I was watching some scientists who was trying to compare the pain. He said that a man would be dead in seconds, like the first. Yeah.
I seen men make a mistake and tell their pregnant wife who's in labor, squeeze as hard as you need to when the pain hit, and end up on the floor.
Yeah,
my cousin broke her. My cousin broke her husband's fingers in his hand.
I saw one dude got knocked out. The doctor tried to warn him. Right? He said, "No, don't stand on this side of her. Just move back." Right? He was also, "Baby, I'm here for you. I'm here for you." He said, "Sir, stand over here." He said, "Baby, I love you. I love you." She pushed and she swung back and knocked him out. Knocked him out the cold. I was like, damn. Yeah, they get strong, man. When they giving birth, they get strong, bro. Some people call it angelic strength. Some people say they acquire angelic strength when they giving birth.
Got to.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, we can't handle that, man. They were talking crazy, man. Talking about, some fool. Yeah, Kevin said about we need to advocate men being with other men. I mean, I'm not advocating shit. Look, I'm like this here. I'm not calling nobody no she when he's a he. I'm not calling nobody no he when she's a she. I'm not doing none of that. I'm not calling you non-binary, nothing. I'm calling you what you are.
What's this non-binary? Okay, that's another one. That's a new one to me. What is non-binary?
It means you don't identify as either gender.
Yeah. Well, that little urchin, what's her name? Chanel Monet, that little imp. She the one walking around talking about she want to be non-binary.
How is that possible? How is that physically possible?
It's not physically possible. I think it's a psychological thing.
So basically, this is a new word for cuckoo.
People.
So
a lot of the non-binary people. Okay, hold on a second. Right, a lot of the ones that want to be non-binary, they're women who's they so being okay. Men are coming at them all kind of ways, and they went through some trauma, some constant assault that they don't want to be seen as sexual at all. So they tend to try to make themselves as unsexual or unfeminine or unfemale like as possible. And so they don't want to be seen as female because they see it as them being females, them being open to an assault. That's where a lot of that non-binary stuff seem to have come from.
So
they want to be
let me get this
neutral so they
right.
can have some peace.
So let me get this right. You don't want to be identified as neither. So how does someone speak to you? Because pretty much everything they say to you will be an insult.
Then it comes with the crazy pronouns of they and
That's when
them.
they come with the crazy. Yeah.
Right. So you're going to be insulted either, sir. You're going to be insulted, ma'am. You're going to be insulted. So what are you supposed to say?
How are you today?
You avoid all the pronouns. Although I heard one of them say that they prefer to be called it, which I thought
I'm not doing.
Oh my God. There's a whole thing about this. There's a whole book called A Child Called It.
Well, I hope they don't come contact me. I'm not doing any of it. I'm not calling you a bind. I'm not doing any of it.
So then you look to Canada. And there's a whole thing going on. Sorry. There's a whole thing going on where parents are getting locked up for not using the proper gender pronouns for their kids.
You got to be kidding me.
I'm dead serious.
I guess I'd be locked up. You my child.
We got to do a show. We got to do a show. We got to do a show on that. That sounds interesting.
So this non-binary, is that only women?
Men too.
Men too, but the bulk of it seem to be women. But there are men. There are men who say they're non-binary. I don't. You know
what?
When it comes to that, my opinion, that's women. Y'all do what y'all business. It's the men that I got a problem with.
I saw a clip of I think dude was like 6'4", big shoulders and shit, husky, had on a blonde wig. It was throwing shit around in a game store, talking about "call me Miss." He was upset that he was called Mr.
I remember that.
Yeah, so he in there throwing shit around.
It's ma'am.
Like, okay, I'm about to whoop your ass for tearing up my store. I wouldn't have put up with that shit. I would have came up behind that corner and I'd have whooped this big ass for real.
I can imagine now.
I'd have been like, well, since you want to be called, I was like, well, since you want to be called Miss, I guess this is the first time I'm gonna put my hands on a woman, right? I'd have whooped his ass.
He probably gonna try to get you in jail. He assaulted me. I'm a woman, and the police gonna be like, what?
See, that's why I say that's why I have a problem with it, because you really put a man in the catch-22 because say, well, your
and not only that, there's been an instance where one of these self-identified male to females ended up in the county lockup and got some women pregnant.
And one got killed in Texas. Yeah, he followed this little girl into the bathroom. Little girl's father came in right behind him.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
I feel with the father. I understand the father. I would have done the same thing.
Yeah, that's why they got
my scream out.
How you doing?
Chaotic truth in the building.
Hey, I'm just saying that's in the father's reaction. That's in the husband's reaction. What if that was your wife?
Yeah. And I ain't got. I don't know if the father got locked up or something. I think they. I got to look at it again. But matter of fact, I'll pull it up. I'll see if I can find it. I'll be right back.
All right. Okay. Don't freak out, everybody. I did my topics that I was doing for ladies' night, so we kind of hanging out. Max wanted to do something, but we got distracted a little bit. So, chaotic truth, you up? Oh, I keep thinking it's late. I guess I'm still a little tired. I keep thinking it's like late. Thanks, Truth Is.
Yeah, how you doing? Just came over to say what's up. How you doing?
So what part of it? What was discussing caught your attention today?
Oh no, I just happened to came up. I just got the notification that you were live. I just came up. Just came over real quick.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I did a live stream earlier, but it seemed like you've been live for like almost 5 hours.
Oh yeah, I can't seem to break that habit of going 5 or 8 hours.
It's a good thing. It's a real good thing. Yeah, so you got like another 3 hours.
Uh, it depends on how tired I am. Yeah, it could go
Mm.
that way. Especially
Hmm.
since the ladies' night aspect of it, is over with because the topics I was doing for ladies' night is through, and we're kind of having a discussion. So,
Yeah,
Mm.
I missed that.
what are your take on the non-binary thing?
You got me there. What? Okay, what is non-binary? You got me on that one. What is non-binary?
That's the
Okay,
new
this is
thing
where
going.
you are neither sex.
What's my I don't
This is a
know.
person who don't want to be called by either sex. So they neutral. They gender neutral.
Okay. So now that you told me what they are, you asking me what I think about somebody like that. I think that people have a right to be whatever they want to be.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So
Yeah.
if they want you to call them by a pronoun like it,
Okay. Sure. I mean, if that's what they want me to call them, sure. I mean, I don't have a problem with that. You know, if they want me to call them it, then yeah, all right.
okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I see
The
you a
problem,
fence
the
straddler.
problem, the problem really not what you call, is how you function.
Mm. Yeah.
Go ahead, Dame.
How do you how do you make this function in society?
Just do it. I mean, if they want to
On a,
be called that,
I understand, but just do it. But how is that healthy?
That's why I say is a sign that there's some kind of trauma going on.
How is
Although
to society? How is that truly healthy to society?
it's
I get what he's kind of saying.
mm, well,
Because say, what if I don't agree?
hmm
And say, for
And how
instance,
can society help you if something happens?
right
Society is
now,
written to protect male and female, not non-binary.
so if but my thing is, if they have a right to a mental issue, now you're going to put a mental state on me as well.
let's
That's
see.
the question.
Okay, the more reasonable ones of them, they okay. If you still refer to them by a sex, or if it's okay, they ask you to go it, but you are more comfortable with them saying the reasonable ones, they're okay with it. They're okay with because they know that that we're made that thinking process is made that way. They're okay with it. They you know But the extreme ones is the extreme ones are more bothersome. The extreme ones are the ones that want you to call them it. They want you to treat them like they gender neutral, but they understand if you refer to call them he or she, those pronouns. But the extreme ones, they want you to call them it. They want you to call them whatever they want you to call them, like the guy Max was describing, who wanted you to call him Miss and Ma'am and all that other stuff. When it's obvious, by the way, he's tearing up the store and stuff that he's a he. How we're gonna function? We're gonna function very badly. There's gonna be a lot of craziness for a while.
Okay,
It
how do I
depends on
know?
how determined people are. Now, okay, I've seen one. I know one. They know that their family is gonna call them what they're gonna call them. They're gonna call them by the feminine name they gave them. They're gonna call them she and miss and female little girl, stuff like that. They understand that that's their family, and they accept that I'm not gonna change my family. I either not deal with them at all, or just accept that this is what they're gonna do. But for other people outside of their family, they want to be what they are. This one is not non-binary. They want to be in it. Another one is female change trans to male, want to be he. These are reasonable ones. They understand not everybody's gonna fall in line. It's the extreme ones that want you to no matter what your mind is telling you, what you feel or how that you give in to what they want. Cause I feel I am this. I am this as far as I am concerned. So I should be called this.
So we have to alter our life over a feeling. What if this person wake up one morning and say, you know what? I don't want to feel like this no more. I'm done feeling like this.
It
I'm
has
just gonna go
happened.
back.
It has happened. And they get very. Some of them are very in a very depressed, upset state
Okay.
because.
Okay, Dave, I'll put both links in the chat.
Oh,
Okay.
okay.
One is the video. The last one is the video. And the first one is the article. Yeah, man, this guy killed a guy going into the bathroom after his daughter.
I don't blame you.
I think they gave him 8 years. I felt that he shouldn't have got any time. You know, he was protecting his daughter. But you can't protect your children. I don't understand. You can have a self-defense law and a stand your ground law, but you can't have a protect your child law.
Because my thing is, how do I know it's legit? How do I know at this point of time that you are you know?
Man is dead after police say he.
Dang, put it on the screen first.
Okay, no, okay, I know that, Max. Okay.
Yeah, if your daughter, if your daughter's going to a women's only bathroom, and there's a dude coming in behind her, as far as I'm concerned, ain't no mistake going. Yeah, play it, Dan.
Man is dead after police say he tried to force his way into a women's bathroom stall with a teenage girl. Tonight, investigators have identified the girl's father as the prime suspect. Police arrested Melvin Harris for assaulting the man at a QT store near 19th Avenue in Dunlap. Harris is accused of repeatedly punching and kicking the man, who later died at the hospital.
So he tried to force himself into the bathroom with the girl. That's even worse. That's even worse, man. Like, okay.
See, and that father should not be there.
No.
That father shouldn't be there. There was another instance where a father had a babysitter taking care of his son, same gender, taking care of his son, and that young man was basically performing ungodly acts on his child, and he beat that kid within an inch of his life and called the police on himself. Okay, and this was an older kid with a younger kid. There is no instance where that should be against that parent's ability to protect their child. I don't care what age they are, how old they are, none of that. That is our job as a parent, is to protect our young.
Exactly. You can't protect your child? How kind of shit is that? That doesn't even make any damn sense.
Well, I ain't got to worry about that, because you walk up on my wife, she got something for you.
Same here.
This is what the article said.
Mine's too. I taught my wife how to shoot and everything.
That's all.
Okay, this is what the article said. This Arizona father is accused of murder after police say he beat a man who allegedly tried to enter his teenage daughter's bathroom stall at a Phoenix gas station. Phoenix police said the dad, 40-year-old Melvin Harris, had driven to pick up his daughter and her friend about 11:30 August 3rd at a Quick Trip. When Harris waited outside, a man approached him in his car and asked for money, which Harris obligated. Police said Harris then saw the man enter the store. Harris later learned that while his daughter was using a bathroom inside, that man allegedly tried to enter her stall. The girl alerted a store employee who told an on-duty security guard at the store, police said. The daughter then pointed out the man to her father as the man was exiting the store. Police said Harris went into Quick Trip where he told the security guard to take care of the situation or Harris would do it himself. Report Phoenix TV. Okay, the guard responded that he would deal with it. But outside, Harris allegedly confronted the man who identified by police as 26-year-old Leon Armstrong. Harrison allegedly punched Armstrong in the face, knocking him down, and continued to punch him in the head several more times, also kicking and stomping him, witness told police. Harris left the Quick Trip, but authorities tracked him to his residency where he allegedly denied striking Armstrong while he was down and claimed Armstrong had punched him first. Police said Armstrong.
That's why.
Yeah. Not only that, but there's a couple of problems with that. It's a couple of. I can see why he got arrested now. So there's a couple of problems with that. Now, if the guy forced himself into the stall and he went in immediately after, while he was in the act, that's one thing. But he had already left and was on his way out, and he talked to security.
That's premeditated.
That's all. So now he done messed it all up. See?
Yeah, he messed it all up.
He done messed it all up. Yeah. So I see why he got arrested. He done messed it all. You see, that's why you gotta find out the information.
Right.
Yeah. See, he did it wrong.
Or if he went after the dude as soon as his daughter pointed him out, no, he went and talked to the security officer. If his daughter said that's the man that tried to go in the store, he immediately went and started hitting and stomping him. That could have cleared.
I get it. I see how you feel. I get it, but you did it wrong, and you waited too late.
Right.
Didn't do it right.
Well, not only that. I mean, I'm kind of the mind frame that if that father hadn't have been able to actually get his hands on that person, that man might have gone out and done that to somebody else in the community and he wouldn't have got caught.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Because to my mind, that's a sexual predator that's going after a child.
Oh, don't get me wrong.
This is not some crazy conspiracy theory. This is a real thing that happens.
Well, this is also you also have to look at another picture of it too. Once again, Rodney. This is what happens when you're black. Now he talked to the security, right? Apparently, the security really didn't take his information the way he should have, because the security supposed to have took his information, stopped the guy, and got the guy arrested. But security guard drug his feet. Okay, I tried it the right way. Since you don't want to do nothing, let me handle it. And that was he caught the charge behind it.
So let me ask you a question. Does any of that stuff say whether or not the security was armed?
Let's see. Let me go back in. Let's see. Back it up.
Probably not.
Because that makes a difference too.
But if you security, your job is to identify all complaints and call the authority.
Secure, observe, and report.
You could have stood at the end of the corner. If you didn't move your feet, if I'm telling you something happened to my daughter and you don't move your feet when I want you to move my feet,
no, they didn't say what he was on security.
Now, what he could have done, punched the dude in the mouth, knocked him down, maybe hit him one or two more times, but don't kill him and just hold him till the authorities get there.
You
know, and then be
with
on some
the
proud
security.
Shit like that.
Yes.
And then be on some proud shit like, he went after my daughter. Like he damn right I punched him in his mouth. All right, that's stiff. You're going to get that. But to all that other stuff and the way you did it, you just didn't do it right. You didn't do it right.
And not only that, too, security, depending on the kind of contract, right? If it's an unarmed security, all you can do is literally, observe and report. That's it.
Right.
You don't have authority to do any kind of detaining or anything like that unless it's an actual crime that you observe.
Right. Well,
then I would have made.
Well, you could have called the police.
Absolutely. But that guy might have got away.
Right, but so the father should have made a citizen's arrest.
Right, there you go.
Yeah, I'm making a citizen's arrest.
Right, a two-piece to the jaw, and then when you drop and get on, hey, look, I'm making a citizen's arrest. You know what I'm saying? I don't think he would have got arrested for that.
Right.
I don't think he would have either.
Nah, but
Arizona's funny. My dad's out in Arizona, and that's an open carry state too. So there's a lot.
I'm gonna tell you what's funny. I'm gonna tell you what's funny. I'm gonna tell you what's funny. Right, the state I grew up in, New Jersey. A guy broke into a woman's house. Right, she broke his arm with a baseball bat, and he sued her and won.
Yeah.
Yeah. Are you kidding me?
Unfortunately, yeah, and that's if it's not a I don't want to say stand your ground state, but that's a common thing, right? In a lot of states where if you've got somebody that comes into your house with the intent to possibly damage, take stuff, or potentially hurt you, and you defend yourself in your own grounds, on your own property, in your home, they can still sue you.
Right. I'm like, what the fuck? How do you break into her house?
The only way they can sue you if they get carried out.
Alive.
She'd
have been better off killing her.
Yep.
Yeah.
You know?
I hate to say it that way, but that's
how do you this guy breaks into your house, puts you and your family in danger. You break his arm and he sues you and wins? That's a travesty of justice. Are you kidding me? What the fuck, man? Like,
I'd rather pay $150 to repair a hole in the wall than to pay him $10,000.
How old are these laws?
Old.
Man, they gotta, man. They need to revamp a lot of these laws. Some of these laws are just too old to still be on the books.
I'm gonna tell you like this. Over here, say for instance, a person come in your yard, all right, and he has a gun. You can't shoot him.
He has a gun, but you can't shoot him.
He has to fire. He has to fire a shot.
Wow.
He has to fire a shot.
He can kill you with that shot, though. Wow, that's insane.
But at the same time, you have to have a good lawyer. It could be beat, but that's by law. Yeah, he has to fire a shot by law. But that law could be beat. But if you go by the law, yeah.
Okay. Oh yeah, and if he robs your house, if he crosses over your threshold to the outside, you can't chase him, you can't shoot him, you can't attack him, because then you're considered assaulting him.
Right.
Yep.
True.
You know what, man? Okay, when you take, this is why I told her. Remember the woman, right? Her boyfriend was trying to beat her up, and she came into he chased her to the garage, and she fired the gun up in the air, a warning shot.
Yeah.
And then she shot at him and missed, and she ended up going to jail.
Yep.
Okay, I keep trying to tell people why she went to jail. You cannot shoot a gun up in the air in a residential area. They will put you under the jail for that.
Yeah, right.
What?
You cannot do that.
Heck
yes.
Yeah.
That's why she went to jail. You cannot do that. People live in that neighborhood. You just can't go and shoot a gun up in the air, and that bullet has to come down.
Oh yeah.
What if it comes down and goes right through the roof of somebody's house and kill a baby or something? You can't do that. They will throw you under the jail for that. That's reckless. You can't. She would have been better off shooting him. I guarantee you, she would have shot him. If she would have shot him, she wouldn't be in jail.
Right.
Oh,
If
I wonder why young Pharaoh's not in jail. Because he shot in the garage at his baby's mama's house, and it went through 3 floors of her apartment.
3 floors? What kind of gun is that? 3 floors?
I think let me see. Yeah, I think it was 3 floors.
9mm.
I was gonna say high caliber.
Yeah.
Damn, 3 floors?
And he did. An idiot did a video of him shooting a gun, saying nobody's home, and shooting the gun.
Desert Eagle, right?
45 will do it.
Damn.
It should be, because just because he thinks nobody's home doesn't mean, in fact, nobody actually is home. There could have been somebody in there. Could have been a cleaning lady in there.
I'm telling you, if you go out, if you go out to your neighborhood right now and shoot your gun up in the air, you gone, bro. They coming to get you. They gonna knock you over your head with, and they gonna knock you over your head with time, bro.
I guess it depends too on the community that you're in. Here, people do fire hunting rifles, and that's not a big deal.
Well, that's a different. I don't know if they're shooting them up in the air and around houses and stuff.
If you fire a weapon and they come and you say, like she said, I fired a warning shot in the air. Now, if she'd have turned around and fired, and she said, I fired that one shot in the ground, and they saw the hole where the round went into the ground, she wouldn't have went to jail.
Nope. If she would have shot him, she wouldn't have went to jail, because she'd have been defending herself.
Shot him, she went to well. Yeah.
That's shot up. And then she didn't shoot directly up in there. She shot on an angle, which is even worse. Because the bullet can come down much quicker. That's even worse, man. You can't do that. That's why she went to jail. That's why she went to jail.
Unlawful discharge of a firearm.
And potentially reckless endangerment.
That's all that falls upon.
I keep telling people, they don't play games with that law. That law ain't no joke. It may sound small and innocuous. You go ahead and break that law and see what happens to you. They're not playing any games with that. Yeah.
That's the first thing they're teaching in gun class.
Yeah, they dead serious about that one.
Yeah.
They dead serious about that one, man. But that's why she went to jail. Like, what you do? No, don't shoot no gun up in here. Shoot him.
Well, and number 2, I think, on his heels closely is keep the muzzle pointed downward.
Yeah.
I mean, I like the fact that everything now, all of the jobs are being replaced with independent contracting jobs, online shopping and all that. Now you don't really have to go anywhere unless you really want to. I like it. I like the way things are happening. Work is easy now because you can work for now. With all of this independent contracting, they're going to annihilate unemployment.
Well, that's something that's big, too. That's a whole nother market that's not being tapped into, is people that create ads for these online businesses. Yeah. They'll pay you for that.
Right. Everything's getting ready to come out of the physical building. You can work from home now. There's more and more work from home job. Amazon is killing it. These Amazon contractors, they're killing it, man. They're everywhere. They are everywhere, and now you got Uber Eats, you got all these other things are popping up. People making money with their own cars, and I'm talking about making good livings, man. And I think in another 5 years, it's going to be the job market is going to be almost 100% independent contractor. That's where the money's at right now.
But that's where you get into funny territory, right? So this new infrastructure bill has in like 500 pages in. they're going to give us a gas tax, basically a mileage tax for running your vehicle if it's a gas vehicle.
Well,
they're pushing everything to electric.
Yeah, man. I'm starting to see electric cities pop up everywhere. And I think, you know what? I think it's safe too, man, because I've seen these electric cars. I think they don't go no more than 65 miles an hour. You know, I think it's safe because you got too many lunatics out here that don't know how to drive, and people get in bad weather and think that you should drive as fast as humanly possible. You know, endangering everyone. Some people are absolutely stupid when they get behind the wheel. You know, I drive professionally, and I'm always running into dumbass people, you know, who do crazy shit out here. I saw some fool the other day coming on the highway. The speed limit is 70 miles an hour. He coming in at 3 miles an hour in an SUV on the phone and had the nerve to cross all the way over to the hammer lane. You know, he gonna get himself killed and a whole bunch of people killed, and he on the phone. Like, what the fuck are you doing, man? This ain't your house.
Yeah, but going electric makes it hard for people like me, though, in my field.
And not only that, what happens on the interstates, right?
I mean, when one of these cars get into an accident, right? It's safer than it would with a conventional car, because there's no gasoline. So the threat of explosion goes way down. You know, it's
what
harder to
happens
catch
when
on
one of them
fire.
dies, though? What happens if one of them dies while you're in the middle of driving it? You know, it's not like the same old traditional. You can get like the little, you know, state highway service or road service to come out and, you know, help you with a little bit of gas or whatever.
I think you get a ticket for that. I think they give you a ticket if it dies in the middle of the road. Yeah, I think you get a big ticket for that.
Yeah, you get a ticket for that.
Yeah, because you got to make sure your battery is charged enough for you to get to your next destination. All that. No, man, I think you get a big ass ticket for that. Then you got to get. I don't know if you get towed or do they come out with something to charge your battery.
Right, no, that's what I'm getting at. That's what I'm getting at.
They tow you to a charge base.
Yeah.
Or would they be equipped with some sort of jump pack to be able to charge your battery?
No, they tow you to a charge
probably
base.
have to. I probably said I was thinking you probably got to let them know. Look, I got an electric car.
I'm glad you.
Such brand. Blah blah blah.
I'm glad you brought up jump pack. That's exactly what's getting ready to come next. Jump packs, jet packs. They're already testing them out now. You got guys flying around on jet packs. I was watching one where one guy flew from one ship in the sea to another ship and back. Jet packs.
Yeah. They've been had them out. They've been out, but the thing about it is, it's they're trying to regulate it because there's no air regulation to it. Once you go, you're
going to have to learn how to use it, okay? And I see a problem with it. I don't think it's something that everybody should be able to do, because the more people doing it, the more problems you're going to have. People flying, you know, falling out of the sky, you know, flying while drunk, you know. Some people are going to think that because you're flying, you can drink. They're going to be drunk flying around.
That's an interesting thought.
Yeah.
It's an interesting thought. Flying cops.
Yeah. You're going to be drunk. You're going to fly to the side of somebody's building, or you're going to fly to somebody's house, and they're going to kill you. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know, man. I don't think that should be widespread right now. You know, I don't think we're ready for something like that.
So you think they should have like a license?
Yeah, you're gonna have a license
to fly. Wait a minute.
Maybe we should get aviation license.
Yeah, the aviation license. You gotta be able to fly a plane before you could get one of these things.
Yeah,
I got one. I got one. Hey, don't I got it? Hey, damn, I got it in the chat, right? The guy flying from ship to ship.
Yeah,
it's in the chat. It's in the chat.
Okay, hold on. Let me.
Yeah.
Did you change it?
Yep, and he flying real easy. But he's military though.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think it should stay military. I don't even know if you should even open something like that.
Man, don't
You
nothing stay
know,
military.
they got self-driving cars now.
No,
They
those
got
have been an issue too.
yeah, they got self-driving trucks. GE
I don't
got a
trust them
truck
either.
that
I don't
drives.
blame you.
Yeah, GE got a truck that drives itself, and
Yeah, Walmart
but
tried that, but it doesn't work like talking about.
but they still got a guy in the truck though.
Yeah, you're gonna have
You
to.
know, yeah, the truck is driving itself, but there's still a driver in the truck. Go ahead. You got it, Dane?
No, I don't have it. It's not in there. I mean,
All right,
it's
well,
not
never
where I
mind.
can find it easily.
All right, don't worry about it.
Yeah.
It's a
I know
TikTok video.
a blind guy that was planning on entering the program where they were doing the self-driving cars for the blind person.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And he said he can't wait for a cop to pull him over for speeding.
Wow.
It's like
Who gets the ticket? Him or the car?
that's the argument he's gonna say. Officer, is there a problem? Do you know how? Hey, who's driving this car?
So if your car gets pulled up, do you have to show ID?
Well, I guess he would have to show him his handicap blind that he's officially blind ID.
No, by right, the passenger do not have to prove any show any ID upon a
But
traffic
the owner
stop.
of the vehicle do.
What are you asking me for? So you pulled the car over, not me. You
But
you
what
need
if
to
you're
deal
not
with the
the
car.
owner? What if
Yeah.
somebody sent the car for you? You're not the owner of the car, so you don't have. I ain't the owner of the car. Who this car for? Oh, it was sent for me. Right?
Okay.
So
Okay.
do I
Yeah.
have to prove? Do I have to give my ID? I'm just saying.
That'll be interesting. I wish you could talk to him because he'd probably be tickled by it. Because he's a bit of a joker, but I haven't been to that hospital in a while. He works concession at at one of the hospitals in Lafayette at the charity hospital UMC. Oh wait UHC. But I was like, yeah. I said I would like to be there to see that too. Tell me about it when it happens.
The car gets some kind of glitch, it starts speeding. You get pulled over. The officer, I ain't got to do it, man. The car started speeding on its own. What are you talking to me for? Talk to the car.
I said, officer can't be speeding. It's programmed to follow the speed limit.
I'm not even driving. Like, hey, officer, I don't even have a driver's license. I'm just along for the ride. You got to talk to the car. Car did that.
Mm-hmm. And more than likely, that's probably what's going to happen. If he gets arrested for speeding, it's because the car got a glitch and it went faster than what it was programmed to go.
Mm-hmm. Man, car starts talking, I'm out. I might have to out.
They're already doing it. They're already doing that. They're already doing that. I seen a Mercedes that talks.
So since we see this, what is it that we need to train our kids to do?
Don't know yet.
How to program.
Because a lot of this stuff is not even mainstream yet. It's still experimental and still just showing up in small areas, like testing areas. The only thing now that's slowly coming in the mainstream are the electric cars.
Well, understood.
The self-driving cars, only a few people have them, like millionaires, and Floyd Mayweather has one, and
But you notice you don't have that car driving him around neither.
Nope.
If that's the future, should we be directing our kids into at least that type of field of programming or something like
Yeah,
that?
definitely computer science, programming, artificial intelligence, absolutely. That's all artificial intelligence anyway. So
Right.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
I still laugh about the AI sex doll.
Yeah, that was wild, wasn't it? I don't know what was
Unfortunately,
worse.
it's
But
true.
wait a minute. I don't know what was worse, the sex doll or the pathetic dude who brought her. I mean, you got to be pathetic.
He waited a whole year for her, and she's number
I mean,
5.
he was on some. Man, he was on some. You know, she's really nice, and she treats me right, and we have good times together. I'm like, what?
So does
It's
she
a
move around
Stepford
and stuff?
wife.
What the fuck, man? Like,
No, it don't
So
move around. That's the tripped out part.
what you mean?
like she's really nice. We get along, and we have good times together, and
So he got a
I
hot chick
was
blow up
like,
doll.
yeah, well,
Yeah,
she's not a blow
but
up doll.
she can
She's
talk
actually
to him.
she's actually a sex doll. She's a robot.
She's a sex
That he paid
doll,
like a gazillion dollars for.
but she's not
She's got
mobile.
programs.
Mhm.
Wait a minute,
Yeah,
she
she's
not
not even
mobile?
mobile.
Wait
No.
a minute.
No, the only
Hey,
thing robotic about her is her head and the programming of her. He pretty much kind of courted her. They programmed her to a year. He had to interact with her online and online as they build her body. It takes him a year to build one of these AI sex robots,
So
a
it
sex
got it
doll.
got it got legs.
It got legs, it got arms,
yeah.
but it doesn't move itself. They're not sophisticated stuff to move themselves. Although there was talk of joining one with a military robot, which is mobile.
Oh God. I just see iRobot and Sophia and some just no.
I mean, what if she gets around? What if she gets around some feminists and shit, right? And then
Hey,
he
what?
comes in, and all of a sudden she wants some shit like, "Oh, you're treating me like a sex object." Like, what? That's not in your programming. Like,
And then there
seriously?
was the black dude who got one of these where it takes a year to program her, and she got hacked, and they were having the hacker was programming her to say all kind of racial slurs.
Oh God.
You gotta be so damn.
I did the research on that. Or that the AI ones, some of them are Bluetooth and signal ready, so hackers can program her to steal your credit card information, because some of them credit cards you just can the debits and credit cards you can just tap it for the signal. The AI can do that. It can be built to do that. Yeah. So
So
but
it literally can
I
bleed him
wasn't
dry too.
yeah, yeah. I was not just making a joke when I said this is the dark side of the AI sex robot. Sex doll, I mean. I
Indeed
keep
it
saying robot,
is.
but technically it's a doll. Oh yeah. I said, okay, and I said, these things ain't cheap, especially the AI ones. I said, you cheapskate dude who don't even want
I
to
mean,
pay
how
for a dinner
pathetic?
date.
I mean, how pathetic are you though? I mean, that's sad, man. Like, dude, like, oh, she treats me right. We treat each other nice. We're a good couple. What? Hey, what's wrong with you, man? Like, wow. Wow.
Yeah, right. That's only in China. Everywhere else, the women outnumber the men.
But
Okay.
these are the guys that never had to spend all day taping slow jams so he can wait until 9 o'clock after free time to talk to his girl on the phone.
No.
Yeah.
And in Australia, there's a guy that's renting out these sex dolls. Not the AI one,
Wait a minute, you
the
rent them
one
out?
below the AI one. Hmm. Not the AI sex
Wow.
doll. Yeah, he rent them out. Let me see. Oh, dang it! I'm
So
gonna have to
so
find my
basically he
what.
pimping sex dolls.
So in Australia, there's a guy pimping out sex dolls, right? And also in Australia, they got the perverts.
Uh,
One guy got caught up
yeah.
with a child
Is that
sex
wet?
doll. Yeah.
Yeah, his bag got wet. You might want to wash that stuff in that bag. I had left the window down in the rain.
Well, this the bad there with these I could have left it here. I mean, just these things.
Mm-hmm. You just throw them in the drawer. Sorry about that.
Yeah, yeah. So yeah, they got some perverts out there. One of the guys in Australia got caught having a child sex doll, and how the people find out? He started buying children's clothes. So what we gonna put on him in the morning? You gonna get
Mm. My, my mic won't work.
Hold on, I'm gonna mute you. All right. All right. Okay. Uh oh. So yeah, but that's the thing. There's not 100 million men getting these things. These things ain't cheap. The cheapest one, as far as the AI ones I've seen, was about 10,000, and uh that was about a couple of years ago. Yeah. Well, in Australia, it's definitely illegal. A dirty varmint. Yeah. He said that's one of the big philosophies questions of our time. LOL, should a child sex doll be illegal? Yes, it's illegal. And they felt that, by him having a child sex doll, because he was trying to argue that wouldn't it be better that he has the doll than an actual child. But there's a whole bunch of experts that felt that by him having a doll, it's gonna, because he could do things that could never, do more painful things, that it's going to encourage him, and that eventually that doll ain't gonna be enough. And he gonna want an actual child, and because of all the horrible things he could do, he would be desensitized to supposedly pain, because I think some of these sex dolls, they were programmed to handle to uh see, I forgot, something about uh whatever torturous thing that the person is doing to the doll, that they say stuff like something stupid like, uh yes, can I have some more, do it hard or do it whatever, anyway, that eventually if it was a person, would kill them, you know yeah. So certain psychologist says no, no, it does not. It would it just would encourage them, and eventually they will try to move on to an actual person. That's what he was trying to argue, but psychologists believe that no, actually it would encourage him to do so, because he knows deep down that that's not a real kid, and he wants a real kid. So he'll do all kind of stuff to it. And when he eventually will get a kid, because that doll is not going to be enough, at some point in time he will get a kid, and he's going to try to do the same horrible stuff to the kid that he did to the doll, and expecting it to say the same thing the doll will say. You know, it's like, may I please have some more, or thank you, or whatever, and stuff like that. Because, yeah, because deep down he knows that ain't real. Hmm. Yeah, that's what the psychologist that was for that court case was talking about, and they felt that it was even more dangerous. Hmm. And they worried that once that doll no longer become enough, the danger that it posed to the child and to any child. And since he lives in the community, yeah, his neighbors knew that he was a pedophile because he was charged another time for pedophilia, but he did his time and was out. They couldn't do anything to get him out of the neighborhood, out of the because either he owned the land where they in the town that he lived at, so it's his property. They can't get rid of him, but they kept their eyes on him. They watched him like a hawk. That's how they knew he had a sex doll, or they thought he had a child because he was buying children's clothes. You know, I ain't saying he just went in the store and bought children's clothes. Something happened. I think he had an order. Something happened to the box or something like that. It was a bunch of children's clothes, and they knew what was up. And they did a sting to arrest him and hopefully rescue whatever child he got. And imagine their surprise when they saw the sex doll, but he was still arrested. Hey, Max. 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 Okay, give me 1 second. Uh-huh. Yeah, yeah. Okay, so, all right then. These need to get okay. Well, wait a minute. Okay, that's for pedals. Yes, they should get rid of the sex dolls for pedals. But for those guys who can't get a woman because the guy who rents the sex dolls in Australia, his his main clientele is those who have trouble talking and getting women. They either have trouble talking to women. He said he got one guy. He he so can't talk to women that anytime he has to talk to one, I think he faints or something like that. Anyway, he just can't talk. So he that's one of his clients. Another one, um, he's considered he's so ugly he can't get a woman. So the sex doll. And then there's the guy. He has some physical disabilities and stuff like that, and he has some dysfunction, and it's easier for him to get it up with a doll who won't have any expectation, won't be disappointed or anything, than it is with an actual person. So So, I say no child sex dolls, no sex dolls for pedos, but for all these guys who have these issues, let them have their sex doll. You know, yeah, he has some kind of phobia. Yeah, but he's still attracted to women. He still, wants to do something, and sometimes the hand ain't enough. Or at least he, fantasize. I'm out on a date and having a nice dinner, and I'm having a conversation, and the sex is guaranteed and stuff like that. Yeah, truth is, yeah, 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 and shooks, they willing to pay money, but I was not joking. That was real. What I was saying about the AI dolls, about the one getting hacked and being programmed with racial slurs. Another one where they hacked into the hacker used the AI to hack into her owner's bank account. He didn't realize that his card that set up to where you just can tap, what they call that, where it just reads the signal and pay for things. Well, hey, Becky. I'm saying Becky. The doll was paying for things that her hacker pimp told her to buy. Yeah, that is real. That's why that video I said, okay, now it's time for the dark side of the sex doll. We was already tripping about the sex dolls, period. But when I started talking about the dark side, okay, black man and white woman had a Hispanic female doll. How she improved it? Oh yeah. I remember her. Let me see. Wait. I think the husband broke up their marriage. He I think he dumped Becky for the doll. I gotta go back in there and do the update on that. I think she eventually broke up their marriage. I was like, what? It's wild out there, especially those with those sex dolls. It is wild. It's like a soap opera in some cases, like the husband and wife threesome and stuff like that. And then the next thing you know, he's leaving her for the sex doll. Oh yeah. Oh wait. I think there's a porn out there where it was involving sex dolls. There are male sex dolls. They're just very rare and stuff like that. And yeah. So somebody, or was it with the blow up dolls? Let me see. It's supposed to be either porno with the blow up dolls, sex dolls, or it's one with the the not the AI ones. AI ones are the ones that do all the talking, but the ones underneath there. Oh, and them things ain't light. Them sex dolls. They talking about women being too fat. Them guys better be in shape when they get them sex dolls. These dolls have stainless steel framing. You know, they look like they may weigh $120, but they don't. No, they not no lightweights. No. You better be in shape moving her around, or you don't be getting in shape. Yeah, cause she don't walk. You gotta carry her in, carry her out. You gotta position her. Yeah. Oh yeah, and then there's the blow up Judy doll. Oh wait a minute, did I do the one about little boy Christmas? Oh, Christmas is coming up, so his lamb should be out soon. Little boy, okay, he's in a Christmas play as a shepherd. So so um so his mom found a shepherd costume online. And so when they get the package, it says come with a lamb. And okay, turns out is a blow up sheep sex doll. I was like, what? No, tell me it ain't so. It is. Apparently, yeah. Yeah. It might have been one I didn't get around to. But y'all gonna hear about it tonight. Yes, a blow up sheep sex doll. And it wasn't until after they blew it up and it turned the sheep. Oh no. What it was, they didn't blow it up. She when when they had to do like a little dress rehearsal, she sent the blow up. She didn't blow it up yet. She sent the sheep over with the costume to the teacher. Well, the teacher sent the sheep back saying, no, we cannot use this sheep. We cannot use this and stuff like that. She giving her a strange look. So she decided to blow up the doll while her son is in school and realized it's a blow up sex sheep doll. But the child don't know any better. So he wants to blow it up and said, well, you can't use it in the play at school. And she don't know how to tell her child, because he's 5 years old, that this is not appropriate. But he did notice, the I guess the opening and stuff like that. And it's like, what's that? The sheep gave birth, and they didn't put the lamb with it. The lamb is missing. So he takes it to bed and he plays with the thing. Yeah. So I was like, and this is in the UK. I was dying while I was reading. I was like, whoa. Okay, so we always heard jokes about white people with the sheep, but I didn't think that I didn't think they would actually have a blow up sheep. So every time the mom tries to get rid of the blow up sheep, her son manages to find and rescue it from the trash can or whatever she does to throw it away and stuff like that. And he ends up blowing it back up and playing with it. I said she should have burned it, while he's at school. Put it in the trash can, burn it. Cause I think it really took the cake when he wore the shepherd outfit as a Halloween costume. I was trying to bring the sheep with him. And during the quarantine, Blow Up Judy has a new occupation. Yeah, there's a restaurant that took up all Blow Up Judy, put her in some clothes, and use her as the social distance spacing in the at the tables at the restaurants. They got like a lot of booths and tables. So imagine you're surprised you go in there, you go to your table, and there's a blow up Judy doll right next to you or right across from you to do the social distance. I was like, oh my goodness. So Blow Up Judy got a job, y'all. She don't have to lay on her back to make some money. She now works at the restaurant. Don't worry, she's clothed. She got clothes on. Her job is to keep you company as you social distance, so you don't have to eat alone. Oh my god. I couldn't believe that one either. No, I'm talking about a restaurant. No, she got clothes on. The blow up Judy doll, all her and her sisters all got clothes on. They used in the restaurant for in seat dining, and they are to keep the social distance. 6 feet in the booths and and the tables. At the restaurant. And also, so you don't feel like you're eating alone, she keeps you company. So you either be with Judy, Haley, Bailey, Kaylee, all the blow up sisters. Yeah, you have your choice of blonde, brunette, redhead. Don't worry, they're not used blow up Judys. They versional, just come out of the package, blow up Judy. No man has touched these Judys. No. These are good, clean, virginal Judys. Okay, I get silly. I must be getting punch drunk. Guys really don't want to pay for it. Yeah, but you can't take this Judy home with you. Yeah. As I said, they never been touched. They are virginals. They straight out of the package. They got clothes. Their job is to keep you company and help you practice social distance. You might have some insight at work at that restaurant and get lonely sometimes. Yeah, he gonna lose his job if he mess with Judy. Oh, yeah. I guess they're gonna have to do a count every night. Okay. Let me see. We had 12 Judys out tonight. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Whoa! Where's the 12th Judy? One of our Judys is missing. Okay, guys. Which one of y'all took her? Give her here. She costs way too much money. Give her back. And she better not be touched. You violated that Judy. Your ass is grass. The sex doll had come a long way since the blow up doll. Yeah, they have. Okay, wait. The blow up Judy's costs about, I don't know, about almost 300. Well, I've seen some that are $50, really, really cheap. And I've seen those that are 300. That's the blow up Judy dolls. Okay, as for the regular sex dolls, no AI sophistication, we're talking a little bit more like 5,000. That's on sale at about 5,000. Um, uh, they well, depending on where you get it from, I guess you can find some for 3. But at the time that I was looking, they were on sale. That's the mid. I guess that's the mid range. Okay, the AIs that were on sale was on sale for at about 10,000. Poor Judy, leave them alone. They have white privilege too. They don't deserve to be violated. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Not to mention the cost of maintenance. Unless you got the doll with the removable parts, and you can put them in the washing machine. Yes, yeah, they got the private parts. Yes, you got to keep them clean. Yeah, and the one of them I read that you can remove her private parts and put them in the dishwasher. Yeah, those are the really expensive ones. And it takes a year to program her AI to you. And then she still might get hacked. As I said, there was a couple of them that got hacked. One of them, the hacker thought it was funny to have the doll, say a whole bunch of racial slurs. And another one was hacked to steal the it was it was used because it was very sophisticated. It was used to hack into this guy's system, like his phone, his computers, and all that stuff, because they're all on the same network. Um, and his and with the credit cards being debit cards being so easy, where you could just tap and pay. Yeah, so yeah. But Becky's been known to do something strange, a little change, so Haley gonna be all right. 250 is worth it. There's no human connection. You touch stimulation. Those guys are weird. Yeah, yeah. But they better go. The 5,000 one, she ain't gonna. Oh, and they better make sure they be very clear about what she's designed for. Cause a guy ended up hurting himself. He tried to force a BJ on one that he never had it. He never had them design it for BJ. He just assumed that it was like blow up Judy, that all the openings were open, and he ended up losing a piece of himself. Cause she wasn't designed for BJs, So he just tried to force it. So you make sure you tell them when they design it for you that you want it to be able to do the BJ, the regular, and the anal. Yeah, because a lot of the best ones have the stainless steel frame, so she ain't no lightweight. Yeah, they marrying these dolls and then they abusing it. Yeah, I wonder how many of them dolls got sent for repairs or had to have parts replaced. Yeah, but she wasn't designed for the do BJ. He just assumed that because he ordered a sex doll that she was automatically designed for BJ. Got see, that's what happens. You don't communicate, and then you mad because she ain't the way you wanted her to be. Oh yeah, they make black ones, but black ones are rare. They're more expensive. Hmm. Yeah. Hmm. Yeah, but they assume all dolls are made for all three of them skills. Yeah, you gotta make sure you got the doll that's designed for all them sectors. Yeah, for the you cloud watchers who's thinking about getting you an incel. I mean, getting you a sex doll. Make sure you communicate that you want her for all three of them openings. Otherwise, you're gonna be trying to force a BJ on one that is not
I
designed,
mean,
and then
I
you're
don't know
gonna be
what these
missing a
guys.
piece of yourself. Uh huh.
I don't know what these guys think, but you're not going to replace women.
Hmm.
You're gonna have a group of these guys who are Barney Fife like, scared of women, weak. I mean, that's inevitable. You won't be able to stop that. You're gonna have your sex AI dog group of guys. Okay?
Hmm.
Hell, you may even have a group of women like that too. But that's about it. It's not going to be it's not about to be a nation of sex dolls. That's not happening.
Mm-mm.
You know, and I really feel sad for these type of guys, man. Like, how pathetic are you? You carrying on a relationship with a machine. I mean, that's got to be the. I wouldn't even make fun of these dudes in real life because they have to feel real shitty about themselves already. The fact that they don't have any manhood, no ego, they don't even behave like a man. You haven't, dude. You carrying on a relationship with a machine that has no feelings, no compassion, that will never love you, never have kids by you. What if they make AI kids, right? They make it look like the sex dog can have a baby, okay? And say she pops out what 2 or 3 AI babies and shit. You fuck around and get into an argument with her one time and shit, you know what I'm saying? You come home, she done left with the kids talking about she's sending you a Dear John talking about she want child support. What you gonna do? And what them child support checks gonna look like? Are they gonna be regular checks? Or is it gonna be some shit like, you know, something to fucking erase her hard drive or, you know, straighten her hard drive out, or I mean, I don't know. You know what I mean? I mean, you can see all kinds of funny shit happening, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know? You bring your ex-girl over, the one that's a real live girl, and leave her alone with your new sex doll. They get to talking and shit. They still know you come back. Your sex doll knows some shit like, don't tell me what to do. You're like, what? Hey, come over here, I woman. You named the sex robot I woman. I woman, come here. Don't tell me what to do. What are you talking about? I'm independent. The I is for independent. Now it wants to be independent. I mean, what do you do now? And what if, listen, and what if she says no when you want to have sex? Does no still means no, even if she is a sex female, sex robot? What if somebody taps the word hacking it, right? Like hack it to them to say no, and you do it anyway? Would that be some kind of electronic rape or cyber rape or something like that? I mean, you gotta laugh at. I mean, I can't even laugh at these guys. I feel so sorry for them because their life must be a living hell. I mean, you can't. I mean, when you go places, people don't even identify you as a man, even though you look manly. They don't identify you as a man. People have no respect for you. You have no ego. You have no pride. You have no manhood. So yeah, I get it. Your life must suck. But instead of fixing it, you know, and get yourself a real woman, you said the hell with it. I'm fucked up. I'm gonna stay fucked up. And so let me go out and get myself a sex doll. Because sex dolls are for the truly fucked up. Now I ain't gonna say a dude won't stick himself in it though. Dude pretty much stick himself in anywhere. So she gonna get sex. That's not the issue. The issue is the morality that she's going to catch while she's doing sex. She's gonna be listening to your ex-girlfriend, and you're gonna see stuff on TV. Next thing you know, she's gonna want to know why that, you know, you ain't on it like that with your pops. You really love your pops. If you really love your son, your electronic son, you shoot him.
Okay. All right. You okay?
Me, yeah. I was just sitting up here thinking about something.
Okay. Yvette, I don't think the they actually feel like a woman, but since they never had a real woman, they won't know. They won't know any better. So as far as they're concerned, yeah, of course they feel like a woman. Because how you gonna compare it to something you never had? So in their minds, yes, it does until they actually have one. Me neither. I don't understand the pill dildos neither. My friend just says I'm not doing it right. I was like, I'm not really that interested, but
Not doing what right?
Oh, don't understand the appeal of dildo.
What, you're not doing a hookah chooka with the sex doll, right?
Well, a dildo is not an
I don't
actual
understand.
doll.
How can you get a sex doll and still can't do it right? What if the sex doll starts complaining? And then what if her programming started registering complaints? You know what I'm saying? And then one day you get a call from the programmers. Excuse me, Mr. Dildo. Um, we have your electronic wife, I woman 237. She's complaining, sir, that you are abusing her and that you can't get it up and you're not satisfying her in bed. You know, she's asking us to allow her to see other people, sir. I mean, what are you gonna say? You're so terrible that your sex robot developed her own programming.
Oh,
The programming and
probably.
the programming called up the programmer and said, "Hey, listen, this dude's a bum. He can't get it up. He's not doing it right. I want to see other people." So your sex robot wants to get away from you, and now she wants to see other people. I mean, what are you gonna do?
Yeah, yeah.
It's the chat day. What's going on in the chat?
Let's see. Let's see. It's conversation. Let's see. Truth is, I hate to. Um, the Nick said, I would hate to think what would happen if one got hacked while giving fellatio. Gonna rue the day you brought it. Let's see. They probably don't know how to clean the doll after usage. Ew. Well, that's probably why they get the ones with the removable parts that you can throw in the dishwasher. Um, mm, mm, mm. If they're smart, they'll get that one.
And those
Uh,
are expensive, right, Dan?
oh yeah, but they, more realistic. Or get the one where you got to get the special cleaner and stuff like that. Kindler might turn into a horror scene, murder scene. I Woman real life sounds like a future product for Apple. Yeah, the truth is, says you better patent that before Apple do. Yes, the dishwasher. You remove her hoo ha and put her in the dishwasher because you cannot put her in the tub and bathe her. She'll rust. As I told you, stainless steel frame. Um, let's see. Let's see what else it said. Let's see. Oh yeah, that's true. Saying Apple finna steal that, you better patent it. Maybe I'm not saying too much, but I don't understand why dildos do so well, and that's why I was telling her I don't understand it neither. My best friend tells me I'm just not doing it right. Let's see. I think Rick and Morty had an episode based on what dudes who buy blow up dolls. And Yvette was wondering if these dolls actually feel like a woman. My thing is, if they never have a woman, they won't know a difference until they actually have one. So until they actually have one, they'll never know the difference. Yeah, she'll never age. But you do have to do replacements. Parts of her because all that wear and tear. Not like she can heal herself. Yeah. Oh, okay. Now I went into the part of conversation we had. Oh, it said between $250 to $3,000. I guess it's worth it. There's no human connection nor touch stimulation. Those guys are weird. Yeah, yeah. And about his theory about uh, if she have kids, if the AI doll come up pregnant, they would probably wipe her computer memory and abort the baby while she has no memory of herself. Those cats are doing no damage with their lame. Yeah, but I don't know what they doing, but let me see one. I seen one where ripped up the legs on her. I don't know what he was doing. Let's see. See, that's the benefit of the doll. The word no don't exist. If I brought it, I can bang it. LOL. Yep, that's the thought behind it. That's why I said it. Well, with an AI, it's constantly learning, and there might it'll if we ever have a situation like Terminator or the Matrix, it's
No,
because of the sex robots.
I think it's going to
Mhm.
evolve to the point where it's going to say the word no.
Yeah, I can imagine that court case. You know, he wouldn't he programmed it where I couldn't say no, and he forced himself on me. I couldn't say no. I just helpless. I had to lie there and take it. I have rights too. Yeah, yeah. So do a twist on all these Terminator movies and the Matrix movie. I think that's what's gonna happen. A sex doll AI couldn't take it anymore. Learn to say get past a programming of can't say no and risen up a death to all humans. And that's how those worlds get formed. Yeah, yeah. So see that the benefit to them is gonna be the death for the rest of the world. Okay. All right. So I'm gonna wrap it up. It's getting late.
Yes, ma'am.
My backup host is going down for the count.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
I'm running out of stories. There's only so much I can do with the
Oh, we
AIs.
got plenty of stories. We're just ain't gonna tell them all tonight.
Okay, yeah, that's true. All right. All right. So peace, power, unity, everybody. Y'all have a good night. We'll see y'all tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm gonna be on here blasting RBR again, but I won't be on Lady Sign. I'll probably be on Conversations with Lady Dame, or I might be on Gangster. Well, no, I'm not gonna do another. No, should I do a Gangster Talk? I might try to get Gangster Talk a time to rest, but that's okay. We'll find a show.
Mm-hmm. All right. Peace, power, and unity, everyone.